Na, galime pradėti.
I believe that we can begin our conference. Distinguished guests of the conference, members of the community of the Vytautas Magnus University, the team of the IRIS project, ambassadors, dear guests, representatives of ministries, representatives of the European Cultural Parliament, British Council. We're opening a conference in order to discuss important issues related to the development of media literacy. I also invite you to be active, to write down questions and then to ask them. And we will start from a welcome part of this conference. I would like to give the floor to Vice Rector for Communications at Vytautas Magnus University, Vilma Bijeikienė. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the university, distinguished guests, representatives from different institutions, members of the parliament, representatives of the embassy. As I pay tribute to our foreign guests, I will be speaking English.
Dear colleagues, esteemed guests, here present in the temas of the Republic of Lithuania and also online. It's wonderful to see familiar faces and to have this possibility to greet you all. So dear members of parliament, dear members and representatives of cultural institutions, embassies and all esteemed guests. It is my deepest privilege and honor to have this opportunity to welcome you at the opening of this international conference on a very acute and complex topic of media literacy and information technologies. The papers offered at the conference will bring to our awareness issues related to extremely important competences of our times, as for instance, digital literacy, emphatic media, interrelation of media literacy with human rights, civil empowerment, inclusion, and many more. It is no coincidence that this important conference has been organized by the colleagues of Vytautas Magnus University, particularly from the Education Academy, also professors in communication studies, and of course everything is done in a very close partnership with IREX and other organizations. And I'm really very proud of my colleagues who have arranged such a wonderful conference. Vytautas Magnus University has a history that is very closely intertwined with the history of Lithuanian statehood, its road towards independence and freedom. When Lithuania lost its independence, VMU was closed by the Soviet regime as a threatening hub of free speech and critical thought. It was reborn just at the dawn of Lithuanian independence as one of the heralds of freedom, with a study model of liberal arts that is aimed at nurturing insightful, creative, critically thinking, open-minded, tolerant, empowering, and digitally apt personalities. Personalities who are always driven by the synthesis of freedom and intellect. Such features are especially important for our future teachers and future journalists if we want to have a media literate society that is void of hate speech and resistant to fake news, propaganda, and manipulation. Thus, I would like to wish all of the participants of the present conference to have an inspiring time of sharing your expertise. As put by our famous Professor Leonidas Donskis, it is only when we do not know where you would end up with the trajectory of your own or someone else's thought that you can engage in a real dialogue. Dear colleagues, I wish you all a real dialogue today. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Taigi, laba diena dar kartą.
Good morning
Labai
once again.
džiaugiamės ir didžiuojamės,
We're very
kad
proud and we're
mūsų
very happy
konferencijoje taip
that
pat dalyvauja
our conference is
Jungtinių
attended
Amerikos valstijų ambasados
by the
atstovai.
public
Norėtume
affairs
pakviesti
officer
gerbiamą JAV
from
ambasados
the
Vilniuje
Embassy
viešosios
of the United
diplomatijos
States.
skyriaus vadovą, gerbiamą poną
So I would
Philip
like to give the
Drury.
floor to Mr. Philip Drury.
Tiesa, kaip matome,
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, educators, and participants. My name is Philip Drury, and I'm the Chief of Public Diplomacy at the United States Embassy in Vilnius. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this important conference. In this age of information and technology, media literacy is more important than ever. As we know, the media has the power to influence public opinion and even shape our perception of reality. Therefore, it is essential that we possess the critical thinking skills necessary to navigate the vast and often confusing landscape of modern media. I believe one of the greatest challenges societies face all over the world is the prevalence of disinformation and fake news. Misinformation can be spread through social media, news websites, and even government propaganda. Of course, the problem is compounded by the fact that many people are not equipped to identify the telltale signs of false information and often end up accepting it as truth. This is where media literacy comes in. By teaching people how to evaluate the credibility of sources, identify bias, and fact-check information, we can empower ourselves and others to make informed decisions and be less susceptible to disinformation. Putting it another way, media literacy is an essential tool in the fight against fake news and the spread of disinformation. It helps people to differentiate between fact and opinion and recognize bias and propaganda. Media literacy enables individuals to become active and responsible citizens, capable of making informed decisions and participating in democratic processes. Of course, achieving media literacy is not an easy task. There are many challenges we need to overcome, not the least of which is simply the sheer volume of information available, and also the increasing sophistication of propaganda and disinformation campaigns. That is why one of our top priorities at the U.S. Embassy in Vilnius is combating disinformation. We have partnered and are partnering with a number of educational institutions, media, filmmakers, and NGOs to counter false narratives and help ensure that the public has access to accurate information, particularly now with respect to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So today, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to the important cause of media literacy. This conference will provide an excellent opportunity to share ideas, experiences, and best practices on media literacy and IT solutions. I hope that through this conference, you can identify concrete ways to promote media literacy and combat disinformation to build a more informed, engaged, and democratic society. Thank you.
Sveikinimo žodį taip pat
Now I would
kviečiame
like to
tarti
give the
Lietuvos
floor
Respublikos Seimo nacionalinio saugumo
to
ir gynybos komiteto pirmininką
Mr. Laurynas Kasčiūnas, Chair of the Committee on National Security and Defense of the
Mėly
City.
konferencijos svečiai ir dalyviai. Pirmiausia, aišku, man labai
Ladies and
malonu
gentlemen,
prisidėti
participants
prie
of the
to, kad
conference,
jūsų
first
konferencija
of all,
galėtų vykti čia,
I
Lietuvos
was very happy
Respublikos
to
Seime.
contribute to
Kaip
organizing
atpažinti
this
priešišką
conference.
propagandą? Matyt, klausimas, kuris
How
mus
to
lydi jau ne
recognize
vienerius metus. Ir
propaganda?
atsakymų
This
mes
is the
ieškom pakankamai
question
sėkmingai, nors be jokios abejonės
we
dar
are
daug
often
namų
faced
darbų
with.
reikia
We're
padaryti.
looking for the
Kas
answers to
įdomu,
that questions,
dažniausiai, kai
and we have
turi
many
reikalą su
homeworks
priešiška
to do.
propaganda, kad propagandistas
When we
savo
face
propagandą bando
propaganda,
vilkti visą laiką į žmogaus teisų,
propaganda
kitokios
is
nuomonės, nuomonių
very
įvairovės
often
rūbą.
covered
Taip tariant, jie nesako, kad tai yra propaganda,
by
jie sako, kad tai yra
the
tiesiog
guise
kitokia
of
nuomonė. O mes, kaip
human
neva, tai
rights. So
liberali
this is
demokratija,
presented
turim
as
tą
an
propagandą
opinion,
priimti
a free opinion,
kaip
and we
galimybę
as
jai,
society
sudaryti
have to
galimybės ją
accept this
išklausyti.
propaganda
Mes,
as
aišku,
an
atmetam
opinion.
visą tai, bet be
Suddenly
jokios
we
abejonės
reject
jie
that.
tą taktiką ir toliau naudoja.
And we use this tactics
Propagandos be
further
jokios
on.
abejonės tikslai gali būti daug
Suddenly,
ir
the
įvairių.
aims
Pirmiausia,
of
aišku, paveikti
propaganda are
mūsų
different.
visuomenės
First of all,
emocinį
to
lauką.
affect
Svarbu nedaryti
the emotional
klaidos,
field of
galvojant,
our
kad tik propaganda
society.
sukuria
It is
problemas.
necessary
Problema dažnai būna tada,
to
kai
not
jie
be
pasinaudoja
mistaken
mūsų
by the
silpnybėmis,
propaganda.
kai
Propaganda may
visuomenės
use
yra
our
skaldantis klausimai
weaknesses,
ir tada
it may
propagandistai bando
divide
juos
the society
panaudoti savo tikslams,
in
tada, kai
order
jau
to
išorinė
use the
jėga bando juos
society
pasinaudoti
for its
savo
own
palankę linkme.
purposes
Ta mes turime
by the
matyti
propagandists.
ir kai
We have to
be
see
jokios
this
abejonės
and
svarstom labai
understand
svarbius
this
kultūrinius
when
vertybinius
we
klausimus
discuss,
ir
different
mūsų
issues
valstybėje.
related
Geriausias
to
įrankis
cultural
prieš
issues.
propagandą be jokios
The
abejonės
best tool
yra
against
kritinis mąstymas.
propaganda is
Kritinis
critical
mąstymas
thinking.
tada, kai tu
Critical
pasitikrini
thinking
informaciją, tada, kai
is
tu
when
ne iki
people
galo
check
pasitikrini viskuo, kas tau
information
sakoma. Ir
do
turi
not trust
savarankišką
every
kelią,
source
kaip
to the
tą
full.
informaciją pasitikrinti. Kitas kelias, be
And
jokios
have
abejonės,
a
tai yra
free,
mūsų visuomenės
independent way to
tvari
check
tapatybė.
this
Kai tu žinai, kas tu, kai tu
We
žinai
also
savo
have to
istoriją, kai tu
have
turi
a
savo istorinę
sustainable
atmintį,
identity,
be jokios abejonės visokios
historical,
tokios mėtymai ir
memory,
naratyvai apie lietuvius,
different,
fašistus,
narratives
kaip
about
ukrainiečius
Lithuanians
fašistus, jie
as
neturės jokio
Nazis
poveikio.
and
Mes žinom, kad
fascists
mūsų istorija
is,
yra laisvės istorija, laisvės kovų istorija ir mes
among
visąlaik
the
būsim pasiryžę
narratives
šitą
of propaganda.
savo suvokimą apginti.
And we
Propagandistas
have to
dažnai
defend
siekia
our identity.
didesnio efekto,
Propagandists
kai dalis jo
seek to
propagandoje
achieve
yra
a
tiesos.
bigger effect.
Tai visą laiką
When
efektyviau.
part of the
Na,
propaganda
daug
is the
metų
truth.
mūsų Rusija vadino 2 milijonų nesiekiančią tautą. Taip, emigracija buvo problema, mes tą visi žinome, bet ne vieną kartą Putinas savo kalboje naudojo tą melą apie tai, kad Lietuva yra visiškai išsivažinėjusi. Ir tas buvo padaryta ne vieną kartą. Taigi, taip tariant, suvokim labai paprastą dalyką, kad propaganda šiais laikais yra ne tokia marksistinė, leninistinė, kaip buvo prieš kelis dešimtmečius, bet jin yra labiau sofistikuota ir mes tam turime būti pasiruošę. Tikrai neabejoju, kad šiandien apie tai kalbėsite, kad šiandien įvertinsite įvairius propagandos metodus ir tos metodus dekonstruosite ir pasiūlysite sprendimus, kaip būti atsparesniems. Būtent to atsparumo dvasios jums ir linkiu, gerų pranešimų ir geros diskusijos. Ačiū.
Effective in fighting this propaganda.
Sveikinimo žodį tarti norėtume pakviesti Lietuvos nacionalinės UNESCO komisijos sekretoriato generalinę sekretorę ponę Miglę Mašanauskienę.
Secretary General of the Secretariat of the Lithuanian National UNESCO Commission.
Labadiena, gerbimi konferencijos
Good morning, ladies
organizatoriai,
and gentlemen,
konferencijos
organizers
dalyviai.
of the conference,
Labai
participants
dėkoju
of the
už
conference. Thank
kvietimą.
you very much for your
Nuoširdžiai
invitation to
sveikinu
attend the
sėkmingai
conference.
gyvendinus Medijų raštingumo Baltijos šalyse programos projektą ir
I
baigiamuoju
congratulate
akcentu
you
pasirinkus
with being
šią tarptautinę
successful
konferenciją,
in
kurios
implementing
programoje
the Baltic Media
atspindėti ir
Literacy
Vytauto Didžiojo
Program.
universiteto švietimo akademijoje gyvendinto projekto apibendrinti rezultatai ir kitose Lietuvos universitetuose vykdomi tyrimai medijų informacinio
actually
raštingumo tema.
glad
Taip pat
about
pakviesti
the
Lietuvos institucijų ir organizacijų,
reports on the successful implementation of this project and also invitation of different guests and different presenters to this conference. UNESCO, as a specialized agency, seeks to create a peaceful society by promoting cultural diversity, media literacy at all levels and in all forms. And this is the way to develop society that is resilient to disinformation and is able to take informed decisions. IREX programs contribute to the implementation of the UNESCO goals. Lithuanian UNESCO Commission has been in cooperation with the coordinators of the IREX program. We are happy about this. We mediated the process of informing the process to the Lithuanian educational institutions. For some time, we have been living on the doorstep of a direct war. Though war crimes are being perpetrated in an independent state of Ukraine, we see intensive war being waged in the media as well, when attempts are made to deceive people and to use the vulnerabilities of people's inabilities to choose between reliable sources. This is actually aimed at dividing the society, undermining democracy, and violating human rights. Different organizations in Lithuania have implemented different initiatives in the area of media literacy. However, we lack a general common strategy.
I
thank the organizers for inviting so many different representatives, and I hope that this format will help us to move forward and to contribute to the development of media literacy in our society. Thank you. Good luck.
Sveikinimo žodį taip pat norėtumėm pakviesti
And now for a
Lietuvos
welcome address, we would
Respublikos
like to give the
švietimo
floor
ministerijos
to
švietimo transformacijos EdTech projekto vadovę
the
Justiną
head of
Kugytę.
EdTech project, Ms. Justina Kugytė. She's also the representative of the Lithuanian Ministry of Education, Science and Sport.
Labą dieną, gerbiami konferencijos svečiai ir
Good
dalyviai.
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Vyriausybės programoje yra skiriamas svarus dėmesys
The government's
švietimo
program
ir
focuses a great
skaitmenizacijai.
deal on
Švietimo,
education
mokslo ir sporto
and
ministerija
digitalization in
šiuo metu
education.
įgyvendina
Our
skaitmeninės
ministry at the
švietimo
moment is engaged
transformacijos
in
projektą,
a
kuris jau
digital
susilaukė
transformation project,
pripažinimo
one that
tarptautinėje
has been
inovacijų
internationally
srityje.
acknowledged in the field
Projekto
of
pagrindiniai uždaviniai
technological
yra
innovations.
nukreipti
The main
į
goals of the
naujausių skaitmeninių
project
technologijų
focus
sprendimų
on
mokymui naudojimą,
the introduction
skaitmeninės
of the
kompetencijas
latest
ir turinį,
digital technologies,
įskaitant
digital
saugų jo naudojimą. Todėl vis
competences,
daugiau
as well
skaitmeninių
as
sprendimų
use of
bus
digital
pasitelkiami
solutions,
mokymų ir
which
mokymosi
means that
procesuose.
more and more digital
Ir labai svarbu
solutions will be
pasirūpinti, kad mokiniai
applied
virtualioje
in
erdvėje
educational
jaustųsi
processes. And it
ir
is
elgtųsi
important to
atsakingai.
ensure that our
Mūsų nacionalinė
students,
švietimo
our
agentūra
pupils
kartu
are
su
responsible
ryšių
users of
reguliavimo
technology.
tarnyba įgyvendino saugesnio
Our
interneto
ministry,
projektą,
together with
suformavo,
the
tokias
communications
paslaugas kaip informavimo, pagalbos
regulatory
linijas,
institution,
teikiant
has
pranešimus apie
established
pastebėtą žalingą turinį
various hotlines
internete.
that
Taip
are
pat
meant
didelis
for
dėmesys skiriamas
reporting
ir
on
mokytojų, medijų
harmful
ir
content.
informacinio raštingumo
We also focus a great deal
ugdyti.
on the
Parengta ir įgyvendinama
elaboration
pedagogų
of digital
kvalifikacijos tobulinimo
competences.
programa, nacionalinio saugumo
In addition
ir
to that,
pilietiškumo
we've
nuostatų
drafted a
stiprinimas
program for
Netrukus
the
prasideda
upgrade of
skaitmeninių
skills
kompetencijų
of teachers,
mokymai
and
mokytojams pagal
we're soon
Europos
going
pedagogų
to
skaitmeninių
launch
kompetencijų
digital
modelį,
competences
kuriuose
teaching for
atspindėtos
teachers.
dezinformacijos
This will be a
ir medijų
training
raštingumo
that
temos.
is
Labai
based on
svarbu
a
paminėti,
European model.
kad šiuo metu vyksta
What is
ugdymo
important to note
turinio
is
reforma.
that at the moment we are
Atnaujinamos
engaged
bendrojo
in a
programos grindžiamos
digitalization reform,
kompetencijų
which means
modeliu.
that we are
Trijų
upgrading
kompetencijų
our
apibrėžtyse
education
akcentuojamas
programs
medijų ir
with
informacinis
respect to the
raštingumas,
introduction
komunikavimo,
of digitalization
pilietiškumo ir
aspects.
skaitmeninė kompetencija. Naujose bendrojo ugdymo programuose,
The latest
pagal kurias mokyklos dirbs
education
nuo rugsėjo
programs
mėnesio,
that
medijų raštingumo
will
programa
be
integruojama
implemented
į
as
bendrojo
of
ugdymo
the
turinį,
beginning of this
ypač į
September,
pilietiškumo ugdymo
schools
programą,
will
kuri
focus
privaloma
on the introduction of digitalization competences, especially with regards to civil education. In general, the topics of today's conference are especially important, especially when we talk about the implementation of the goals of the government's program. So I wish you all the best and fruitful discussions in today's event. Thank you.
Pakviesti sveikinimo žodį tarti Lietuvos Respublikos
And now we would like to give the
Ministerijos
floor
visuomenės informavimo
to
politikos
the
grupės
head of the
vadovą,
Public Information
gerbiamą
Policy
poną
Group of
Davidą
the
Velką.
Ministry of Culture of Lithuania, Mr. Davidas Velka. Please, the floor is yours.
Gerbėmieji tarptautinės konferencijos rengėjai,
Ladies and
svečiai.
gentlemen, organizers of the
Sunku
event.
rasti jau papildomų žodžių sveikinimams, nes
Well,
daug visko
I find it
pasakyta
difficult
ir tiek
to
svarbių
add
įžvalgų
something new to what
yra
has already
aptarta,
been
bet sveikinimo
said in
žodžiu
the
taip pat
introductory
norėčiau,
words.
prisidėti ir
In
jį
any
tarti
case, I would
kultūros
also
ministerijos
like
vardu.
to
Iš tikrųjų,
add a
esame
few
stačia
words of my
galva
own
pasinėrę į
and my praise on behalf of
į
the
sudėtingą,
ministry
painų, bet
on
kartu
organizing
ir
this
įdomų
event.
medijų pasaulį. Norime to ar ne.
We are throwing ourselves
visi
in
esame
a
šio
very
pasaulio
interesting
veikėjai
world of the
su,
media. We are all
vienokiais ar
participants of
kitokiais
this world,
aktyvesniais ar pasyvesniais
whether we like it
savo
or not,
avatarais. Galime
whether our
taip pat
avatars
apgaudinėti
are
save,
more
kad
or less
tas
active in
mūsų
it.
supantis medijų pasaulis mūsų neveikia, mūsų nepaliečia, kad
We
esame atsparus
may try and
įvairioms
say that we are
manipulacijoms,
quite resilient to the different
informacinio
manipulations
pobūdžio,
existing in this world of
Galime apgaudinėti taip pat save,
the
kad
different
mokame
media.
atskirti, teisingai suprasti,
We can try and
perskaityti
say
medijų
that we are
turinį,
capable of
kaip ir tai, kad
reading
atsakingai jį kūrėme ar
adequately
atsakingai
what we
juo dalinamės.
find in the content of the media, and we might as well say that we are capable of sharing the content responsibly.
Tačiau taip nėra.
At least this is
Tiksliau yra
something
šiek tiek
that
kitaip.
our opinion polls
Esame
are
nuolat
demonstrating.
ir
Unfortunately,
stipriai
the reality is quite
veikiami
different.
medijų ir
We are
informacinio
constantly
srauto,
influenced by
kiekio.
the content in the
Tiesiog
media,
esame ir stovime medijų uragano sūkuryje.
and we find ourselves in the
Epicentre, kur
midst
žengia
of
tam tikrą
this
neatsargų
chaos
žingsnį į
wrought
šalį,
by
galime
media.
tiesiog būti pagauti tos didžiulės
And whether we like it or
centrinės
not, we may
jėgos
find
nulaužti
ourselves
šalį.
caught in the middle of it.
Prieš 40 metų
Some
19
40 years
UNESCO šalių
ago,
atstovų
19 UNESCO member
tarptautinėme medijų
states
edukacijos simpoziume tuometinėje vakarų
participated
Vokietijoje
in
anonimiškai priėmė
a
tokią
symposium,
Grunvaldo deklaraciją.
And,
Grunvaldas mums šį beitą
then
taip pat
Western
sako, iš mūsų istorijos
Germany,
perspektyvos.
and they've adopted the
Kelios,
so-called Grunwald Declaration.
Iš jos įžvalgų skelbia štai ką ir aš leiskite
And
pacituosiu.
just to name some of the
Užuot
insights from
smerkę
the
ar
resolution,
patvirtinę neabejotiną žiniasklaidos galę, kaip
the
akivaizdų
participants
faktą, turime
outlined
suprasti
that
jos įtaką ir
we have to
įsiskverbimą
understand the
visame pasaulyje,
influence of
taip pat
the
įvertinti
media
jos kaip
and
kultūros elemento
assess
svarbą.
the importance of the media
Vystymosi
as an
procese
element of
negali
culture.
būti nuvertintas
In the
nei
process
ryšių
of
ir
development,
žiniasklaidos vaidmuo, nei pačios
The role of
žiniasklaidos
the media,
funkcija,
the
kuri yra
function of the
piliečių
media
aktyvaus
cannot
dalyvavimo
be
visuomenėje
undermined and
instrumentas.
underestimated because
Politinė
media
ir
is an
švietimo
instrument
sistemos
in the
turi
hands
suprasti,
of
kad jų
citizens.
pareiga skatinti piliečių kritinį supratimą apie komunikacijos reiškinius.
Politicians must
Deja,
understand
neformalaus
the
švietimo
phenomena
sistema
that exists
padarė
in the
labai
media.
nedaug, kad būtų skatinamas
Unfortunately,
informacinis raštingumas
non-formal
ar
education has
mokymas
done
apie
very little
komunikaciją.
to
Priminsiu, kad tai yra
bring a
40
better
metų senumo
understanding
dokumentas.
of the media
Egzistuoja
and its
pernelik
functioning.
didelis
And let me remind you,
atotrukis
this is a
tarp
document
siūlomos
that dates back
mokymosi
40
patirties
years.
ir realaus pasaulio, kuriame gyvena žmonės. Jei jau dabar, tai yra prieš 40 metų, yra svarbus argumentai apie informacinį raštingumą
40 years
kaip
ago,
pasiruošimą atsakingam
the
pilietiškume,
importance
netolimoje ateityje,
of media
vystantis
literacy was
naujausiams
not
komunikacijos
underestimated.
technologijoms, palydoviniam ryšiui, skaitmeniniai televizijai ir panašiems dalykams, šie argumentai
Today we
bus
focus
apskritai netremiami dėl vis didėjančios
even more
žiniasklaidos priemonių įvairovės
on
ir
the
jų vartojimo.
diversity of the existing media
Citatos pabaiga.
and the importance
Kultūros
of
ministerija
it.
medijų ir informacinio raštingumo temą atsargiai
The Ministry
įžengė
of
prieš kiek
Culture
daugiau nei
is
5
very
metus,
cautious
pasiremdami
about
Europos
media
komisijos
literacy, and it
rekomendacijomis,
has been
sukūrėme
since the
metodiką, pagal
very
kurią
beginning
pradėjome matuoti
of
Lietuvos
the
gyventojų
shift of its
medijų
focus.
raštingumo lygį, Tai
on
yra
media
periodinis,
literacy.
kas 3 metus vykdomas tyrimas.
Every
visuomenės
3
apklausa.
years, we
Siekiame,
organize
kad
an
medijų
opinion
raštingumo
poll
tema kūrybingai įsilietų
on the
į kultūros
use
paslaugas ir taptų
of media,
natūralia
and we
jų dalimi.
make every
Žinome, kad
effort to make
kultūra-
sure that
kultūra yra ta minkštoji
media
galia,
becomes part
kur
of
siūlomos
our culture. As we know,
siūlomi
culture
įvairūs sprendimai.
is the soft
Ir
power
paliečiamas
that
žmogaus protas, jo
is in our
jausmai.
hands, something that can be
jo
used
vidus.
to touch
Vystydami šią
people's
kryptį
hearts and
finansavome
minds.
medijų edukacijos programą, kurią rengiant dalyvavo
Therefore, we've
profesionalūs
launched a
bibliotekininkai. Ši programa netrukus
Media introduction program
ir bus pradėta
that
įgyvendinti per
engages
Lietuvos bibliotekų tinklą.
a number of different
Tai tik
librarians
keli
across the
darbai.
country.
Tačiau matome ir
These are
kitų
just a few
visuomenės
of the
institutų,
efforts that
itin
we have
svarbių
launched, but
institutų,
we
mokslo,
also
nevyriausybinių
notice the
organizacijų,
importance of the
kitų
activities
įstaigų ir
of other
organizacijų
NGOs
pastangas,
and
prie
different
kurių
organizations,
noriai, bet ne visada galime prisidėti.
efforts that
Matydamas
not
solidžią šio
always
renginio
can we
programą,
find ourselves capable
profesionalius
of contributing to.
Pranešėjus, puikia bendradarbiavimo atmosfera, kurios pagrindu tikiu ir gimė šis renginys ir projektai, įvairūs projektai.
I can say that it
Linkiu
was only
rezultatyvių
thanks
bendrų
to
įžvalgų
the
ir
sincere
bendrų
collaboration
išvadų ir
of the
asmeninių
organizers of
įžvalgų.
today's event
Juk,
that we
kaip
were
teigia
able
medijų
to
mokslo
organize this
profesionalai,
very
didžiausias
important conference.
kritinio mąstymo
I
lygis yra
wish you
tuomet, kai
all the best
sugebame
in today's event.
save
I wish you
pažvelgti
fruitful
savikritiškai.
discussions, and I can say that only if we are able to be critical towards ourselves can we have positive results that are
Sveikinimo
born
žodį
in such
kviečiame
discussions.
tarti
Thank you.
Karl Erik Norman.
And now I'd
Europos
like to give the
kultūros
floor to
parlamento
Mr. Karl
įkūrėją ir
Erik Norman.
generalinį sekretorių, ambasadorių, garbės daktarą.
The
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure again to be in the environment of Vytautas Magnus University, where I feel so much at home. I'm so happy to be with you. I congratulate you on the very impressive program that you have presented. This again confirms that the university and Lithuania as a whole are really in the forefront in information technology. Media literacy is definitely one of the great challenges for the future. Literacy in general has had a crisis during the pandemic, as you all know. So many children around the world could not go to school, so some steps were taken back in the general development of literacy. The only good news with the pandemic was that the information technology as such helped us to communicate during the lockdowns. And as a matter of fact, it meant a big leap forward in development of online communication. The other day, I read an interesting article on cultural politics. It was an excellent summary of all possible priorities for cultural politics. And I was impressed and wondered who had written this text. Well, it appeared that it was ChatGPT, which had been asked by the editorial to make a statement on cultural politics of 2,200 signs. So this again confirms that the artificial intelligence is also taking strong steps forward, and we have an interesting challenge here. It can be very helpful, but it can also mean a lot of problems and challenges. I'm sure you will speak a lot of on the problems of fake news, of hate speech, and of course we are all very engaged in standing against Russian propaganda and Chinese propaganda. So all these challenges will be dealt by you, and they are extremely important I wish you all a very great conference. Thank you.
Kviečiame pasveikinti konferencijos dalyvius, Britų tarybos kultūros ir švietimo programos vadovė, gerbiama Simona Plėnaitytė-Mikaliūnienė.
Gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, iniciatoriai, pranešėjai ir svečiai. Džiaugiamės
Participants, organizers of the event, ladies and gentlemen,
į Medijų raštingumui.
we're happy to welcome you to an event dedicated to media literacy. We're grateful to the organizers for the invitation to this event and for our inclusion in different projects aimed at reinforcing media literacy in Lithuania. Today I would like to share one idea that I heard about media literacy. In one of the conferences I heard that after the restoration of Lithuania, Lithuanian residents have already had a lot of experience in assessing information and were capable of determining certain subjectivity in the messages they get. And apparently we were quite literate at that time. We did not rush to make conclusions right after hearing something. So perhaps media literacy is not something that is very topical at the moment. Quite the opposite. Even if we use quite a lot of media, it doesn't mean that we are capable to fully discern the correct and incorrect information online. And media literacy is basically related to critical assessment of information, critical analysis of the information found online. Media literacy is among the topical skills to be improved by our British Council. We are engaged in 10 different projects that are aimed at elaborating media literacy. Our program People to People employs culture, art, in order to reinforce democracy in our country, civic engagement, and fostering open dialogue. All of this is not possible without media literacy, which is why we focus a great deal on the elaboration of this skill in particular. I thank you once again for the invitation to this event. I wish you fruitful discussions, and I hope that the solutions that will be born in today's event will contribute to further reinforcing media literacy in Lithuania. Thank you.
Dėkojame mūsų svečiam už
I thank our guests
sveikinimus,
for their welcome address
mūsų susitelkimą,
and
bendrystę
for seeing our commitment and unity in wish to discuss important issues within the project on media literacy in the Baltic states. And now I would like to open the first plenary session of the conference. I would like to remind you that 20 minutes is given to each presentation, so please stick to the time frame. We will remind you once 1 minute is left before the end of your presentation. And we will also remind you when the time is ended. If you have any questions, please write them down, and then you will be able to present them to the moderators of this conference. Those who follow us online can write your questions into the chat box, and we will ask them at the end of session 1. So we will have a short question-answer session around 2 o'clock. Now let us begin the conference, and I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Troy Hicks from Central Michigan University, USA. He will be speaking on media, digital writing, and digital teaching. So the floor is yours, Mr.
I'm a professor of
Troy
English
Hicks.
and Education at Central Michigan University. I appreciate the invitation from Dengol as well as Vaitioto Diziojo Universites e Lietuvos Republikos Siemis. I hope that I was good with my Lithuanian pronunciations. And again, I appreciate this invitation to speak to you about media literacy and information technology, the challenges and solutions for the 21st century, specifically about my work with digital writing and digital teaching. As we begin, I want to let you know that the links will be available, and I'm going to keep the PowerPoint slides in this mode so I can jump into some of the other tabs that are open above. I will make the slides available as well as the links. So when I was preparing for my talk, I wanted to try to summarize a few of the trends that I've been thinking about over the last 15 to 20 years of my career in 3 challenges and offer a number of possible solutions. I recognize that some of the solutions are probably US-centric, and my hope is that in Lithuania, as well as in Europe and in other regions of the world, we can look to similar types of tools that might be available. If they are not available, hopefully these are tools that we could consider building and resources that we could continue to imagine as we think about what digital writing and digital teaching could be in the 21st century. So first, I'd like to talk just a little bit about what's happening related to a problem we all face, misinformation and disinformation. I know quite a few other speakers are going to be talking about this topic, so I won't spend too long on it, but I do want to show you a few of the resources that are available here in the United States that might be ways to begin thinking about misinformation and disinformation in your context. Second, I would like to think about educational standards and policy ideas that are being put in place in the United States, and also, again, think about how those types of standards and policies might be coming to other regions of the world, and to think about how we might move more intentionally to enact those policy decisions at the state, federal, national, international level in classrooms, and to make things more available for teachers and for students. And then finally, the topic that's most interesting to me right now, and certainly on my mind as we think about tools like the now famous ChatGPT that was released last November and has become more prominent in conversations about educational technology, are these tools related to artificial intelligence. At least in the United States, there has been what I would call a moral panic about cheating and about plagiarism and how to detect the use of these tools. And I'm hoping that we might be able to think a little bit differently about what these tools can afford us, whether we are speaking in English or across multiple languages, as I will hope to show in a few moments with the tool that I have noted here, which is called Writer, R-Y-T-R. And I will pull that up on screen in a few moments to show you some examples. So first, let's think about misinformation and disinformation and what we might be able to do about it. So first, I would like to think about how political our information ecosystem has become. I'm trying to think of a polite way to describe this, and it is very difficult. I know even in my own family and amongst friends and amongst colleagues, we used to be able to have conversations about highly sensitive topics, and it seems like we would have been able to listen a little more carefully, to have patience and offer some grace when people are sharing different types of viewpoints and perspectives. However, that has changed immensely. In the United States, at least since the repeal of some of the fair and balanced types of requirements that went out in the early 80s through the Federal Communications Governing Board, and then also with the introduction of the internet and the variety of sources we have on social media, the level of discourse has become often quite contentious. And when we introduce misinformation or disinformation, or just outright malinformation, which I would kind of characterize misinformation as information that has been taken out of context. Disinformation introduces some elements of false ideas or just overtly eliminating the context. And then this malinformation is when it is just truly false and meant to be deceiving. We also have, of course, satire and parody that is out there. But in this whole misinformation and disinformation ecosystem, we are trying to teach our students and ourselves how to go about finding information and then picking apart those ideologies, those perspectives, those biases. And I find that that conversation is lacking in a lot of U.S. schools due to the political context and due to the fact that many teachers don't even want to approach those topics, for they feel they will be chastised either overtly by potentially losing their jobs, or at least implicitly, where a principal or a colleague or a parent or someone could put some kind of pressure on them and keep them from talking about what it is that is going on. This is the context in which we find ourselves. And so how can we invite teachers to work with their students to engage in these conversations a little more fruitfully, and at the very least try to teach elements of argument and dialogic thinking in that process? For that, I have encouraged my colleagues to turn to sites like All Sides and to use sites like All Sides in conversation with other sources, so they can then think about how different sources are at play. So I wanted to show you a very quick example of this. First, let me share a link to the All Sides page on the Ukraine war. And what's interesting, as we think about working across different languages, this one is available to be translated into Ukrainian or Russian. But what you can see is that All Sides tries to present information from a variety of perspectives, and it will then label that information. And I'm going to scroll down to show that in particular. What they have done is they have tried to indicate whether things are coming from the political left or the more liberal perspective in the United States, from the political right or the more conservative perspective in the United States, or something that can generally be considered from the center. And you'll notice in here that they rely on sources like the BBC and Reuters, organizations that have stood the test of time and generally stick to presenting the facts without a great deal of analysis or opinion. The other thing that they've done is they will label things as analysis, or they will label things as outright opinion when they see those things being presented. And so it is a little bit easier then for a user to go in to discern whether or not they are finding just the facts, who, what, when, where, or whether or not they are going to get some kind of expert analysis or then outright opinion that might push in one perspective or another. And I think this is useful for our students to go through this process, what we might call a lateral reading, to use the phrase from Sam Weinberg and Sarah McGrew and colleagues at the Stanford History Education Group. They would encourage us not to just read from one source, to go to Google and search for information about the Ukrainian war, but to use a site like this and then begin to open up in a new tab to find out what is happening here and to get a little bit of perspective on it, and then to go read the full story in detail. by clicking into the actual news organization and to see all of the context. And then, once we have done that, we could think a little bit more about, all right, how might we find another article about Moldova? Now, it's not always a one-to-one match. We don't see that right across the way here there's another link to an article about Moldova. We might have to search a little bit more, but at the very least, we can go into these different articles and open up to find these different perspectives. Now, I'm not sure if there are such tools that exist in Lithuania or in the European Union, elsewhere, but we can start at the very least to have our students identify mis and disinformation or sources that are likely to present those things. I was able to find an article from Euronews that was updated last August that had presented some of the most common memes and misinformation about the Ukrainian war. So what we might be able to do is go in here and say, well, let's look at where some of these had originated from to begin with, and then to think about what those sources continue to report on. So we could go in and we could track these types of articles and go back to where they were found originally, whether through a news source or through social media, and then begin to look for patterns and try to discern what are we seeing as we're looking across all of this. Where are the places that we are least likely to trust, or the places that we might want to be concerned about? And my hope is that by then using some of those lateral reading skills, questioning the source, looking for ideological language, looking at the images and the dominant words in the headlines, we might be able to have students enter into this conversation saying, this source is presenting the information in this manner, this source is presenting the information in this manner, here's how I can come to terms to understand that a bit more. That leads to this second point that I wanted to make about how policies and procedures and standards and lessons are being developed, again, hopefully in Lithuania and in other places around the world that will help us discern and to look at media literacy as part of an overall curriculum. Again, my guess is that you are going to have other presenters talking about this, so I will be relatively brief on this point as well, to say that there are organizations in the United States like Media Literacy Now that are looking to implement media literacy standards across state level curriculum. In the United States, each state is responsible ultimately, even with federal initiatives like the Common Core State Standards or the C3 Framework for Social Studies. Each state ultimately makes the decision about its own curriculum. And so organizations like Media Literacy Now are trying to get state level policies for media literacy education enacted. That said, there are a number of organizations, and I have pulled up just one, the News Literacy Project, that have lesson plans and ideas related to this, where teachers can go in and they can try to find information, they can find a number of different resources and materials. But this is challenging work, and it's very difficult for teachers to take the amount of time necessary to prepare these types of lessons. So even though they can go to a source like the News Literacy Project and have a number of lesson plans and related ideas available to them, it takes time. And then that goes back to the previous concern that I mentioned, that some teachers just do not feel safe or comfortable enough to do this in their particular school buildings or districts or communities for fear of being chastised or even potentially losing their job. And again, as we look at the state level where politicians are introducing laws that say you must teach media literacy, we are seeing organizations saying, here's how you can teach media literacy. We will want to continue to work with teachers as digital writers develop in their classrooms to think about how they are going to teach these things, because that fear and anxiety will not go away immediately. And I'm sure that there are echoes of that occurring in Lithuania and elsewhere. So those are a few of my concerns, and I'll talk a little bit more about some opportunities here at the end. But I did also want to share a bit about something that's obviously taken the United States and I imagine other areas of the world by storm in the last few months, and that is artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence tools for writing. We are probably quite familiar with ChatGPT. What I wanted to do, though, is show you a different tool called Writer, because as we continue to see these tools evolved in more specialized ways, they are going to do a number of different things. For instance, the Writer tool will allow you, after it has generated this initial text, to go in and think about the tone, to think about the use case, or what I might call the genre or the format, and then also gives you this opportunity to produce some variants. So what you'll see in this screenshot, and when I transfer over to Writer here in just a moment, is that I asked it to write something in Lithuanian, to take an appreciative tone, to do it in the format of an email, and to talk about personal challenge, new opportunities, growth, and change. And we'll see how well it does that when I switch over to that screen. My hope is that you will be able to see some of this in Lithuanian, and you would determine whether or not it met having an appreciative tone for around these types of topics. But again, what's interesting is that it can choose a number of different tones, and it can choose a number of different use cases. And as we think about what we might have our students do with a tool that can generate this kind of text, it's really quite powerful. How often are students stuck when they're brainstorming or trying to get through initial ideas? How might they try to add more details when you could highlight a word, and I'm not paying for the full version of Writer here, so these are not options for me right at the moment, but I could have it continue to write for me, to rephrase things, to expand, to double check and make sure that I am not plagiarizing someplace online. But what I feel is happening around this conversation with AI writing is that so many of us are worried that students are going to cheat. Unfortunately, students are likely to cheat no matter what we do. They are going to find ways to cheat. They are going to find online paper mills or to have other students write papers for them. And the fact is that many business professionals are currently using these AI writing tools. So how might we be able to have these tools generate different examples of text for us, and to then use them as launching places, to have our students go back in and improve these texts, to revise these texts, to compare and contrast these texts that the AI has generated with their own work. And obviously, this would be different for our younger students as they're just learning to write in the primary levels as compared to a secondary level or the college or university level. We would want to trust them with different levels of responsibility, but I think that it's important that we begin using these tools. And so perhaps you might want to try Writer as a tool and to see how it can generate different things for you across these use cases and tones. So as I come to the close here and I think about next steps and different opportunities that might be available, I'm hoping that we are going to continue to provide multiple text sets for students across different media sources and genres that will get them thinking critically and carefully about perspectives and developing their own ideas, that we really take advantage of these technologies, and that we design our instructional tasks, not just that students go and do something and write a summary about questions that we've provided for them, but that we're teaching them to ask their own questions and to use the technologies to create and compose. And that gets to the third bullet point, where they are able to create these compositions across multiple modalities to share their work, not just to answer things in schoolish normal types of questions and answers, but to create things and share them and get feedback from their peers, both inside their own classrooms as well as across schools and communities. So with that, I leave you with my contact information. I am Hickstro pretty much everywhere through email, through social media on Twitter, as well as on my website. I welcome you to reach out and to think more about digital writing and digital teaching in your context. And then I also would like to provide acknowledgement for being able to use the slides from Slides Carnival, the website where you can get these types of templates for your own presentations. Thank you again, Dangul, and the entire conference staff for inviting me to speak with you today virtually, and I look forward to further conversations about digital writing and digital teaching in the future.
Dėkojame profesoriui už pranešimą ir taip pat už puikią laiko vadybą.
Thank you, Professor, and for a very interesting presentation and for very good time management. And now we would like to give the floor to our next keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Jonty Friesman from Columbia College, Chicago, the USA. The title of his presentation is Empathic Media for Children and Youth.
Hello, my name is Jonty Friesman. I'm an associate professor of civic media at Columbia College, Chicago, and the co-director of the Media Education Lab. And I'm happy to talk to you today about empathic media for children and youth. So part of my work, I'm also the co-editor of the Routledge Handbook of Media Education Futures Post-Pandemic. We did a lot of case studies about how the response of media education to the pandemic was, and found many exciting things about innovative ways that media education contribute. And in my state of Illinois, I'm the co-founder of the Illinois Media Literacy Coalition, where I helped write a law that now mandates that every high school student in the state of Illinois in the United States of America need to learn about media literacy. So if we start with the problem that we're talking about, and that's from 2013, Howard Gardner, that coined multiple intelligence, with his PhD student, Katie Davis, looked at the app generation and talked about how youth have issues navigating their identity, issues with relationship and with their imagination. The same year, Douglas Rushkoff talked about how we're in constant present shock with mobile media, that we need all the time with social media to click and to be engaged. And Shirley Turkle talked about how we need to reclaim conversation and to know when to put the device down. So we can see that there are different issues, and that was from 10 years ago. So obviously with the pandemic, and the extensive use of digital media, things got even worse. But at the same time, what I want to state is that it's not that before it was normal. So it's not that the pandemic changed things. It's we need to change things in general, but we did learn things and we do understand where we need to go. So there was no normal to go back to, but we need now basically to find new place for a human and nature and us to work together. And I'm going to offer a framework that media literacy can offer that. So one of the solutions that I've seen long time ago was from Daniel Goleman, who coined social intelligence, and Peter Senge about system thinking. And they were talking about 3 ways that not just kids, but people need to focus to be leaders. So the first one is you need to focus on the inner. You need to have self-reflection abilities. And then you need to also empathize with others to understand who you're working with, who you're part of the society with. And then the last one is you need to focus on the outer, the system thinking. And how does that work? So if we look for an example that I work on, which is digital empathy, I claim that to use the cognitive and emotional empathy to reflect and to be socially responsible as we use digital media is the way to go forward. And how do you do that? So I want to talk about examples and to see if actually digital empathy exists, because a lot of people are saying, well, empathy is when you actually connect between two people. So how do you claim that online that works? So again, I'm going to share several examples of that. But we need to look at, again, one of the issues of the problem. So for example, when we're talking about now Facebook using Oculus, and now they call it Meta in the metaverse, we can see that kids who are there are exposed to a lot of different language that is not appropriate, and different interactions that maybe with their friends they wouldn't be exposed to it. And that's from NBC report about that. Another example is online Adopt Me on Roblox, that little children are going there and playing and having their little pet, like their Tamagotchi. And then at some point, this window pops up and say, oh, please adopt me. I'm such a cute animal. And then the kids are buying it with their parents' money, and then the parents only see it later on. So they're very empathic to the animal, and they want the animal to be rescued, but they're lacking of the critical skills to understand that they're being scammed or that they're trying to get a profit from them. The last example of that is an interesting one that was discontinued by Mattel, the company of Barbie, and it's called the Hello Barbie. And it has artificial intelligence in it that records and knows how to answer according to your answers. And the information is saved to the cloud. And as you can see from the New York Times, the Washington Post, and The Verge, there was a lot of criticism about the kids' privacy and how is it working with the kids' rights. So that was discontinued. So those three shows that we need to add something to the focus of the inner, other, and outer. And that would be my suggestion, media literacy skills. And I'm using my co-director of the Media Education Lab, Professor Renee Hobbs, who already in 2010 offered that framework of those skills of access, analyze, evaluate, create, reflect, and act. And so I'll go over it and explain how those are working. So when we talk about media literacy, what do we mean? What does media literacy mean? So basically, it's the ability to access information that is reliable, to be able to analyze and evaluate the purpose and the constructs of this media message, to be able to create a message that is impactful and respectful and thoughtful, to be reflective about how media consumption and media creation production is impacting yourself and society, and then act, which means to be socially responsible. And all of that with doing different media, which vary from a book, a mural, a video games, a PowerPoint, and music, for example, just to name few. So why do we need media literacy? So as the co-founder, we wrote a small booklet that explains why, and we put 4 reasons. The first one is freedom, and the idea of freedom is to let the students be free of the ties of media and to have them control, like Shirley Turkle says, of deciding how to use the media. So one example is from this company, CoSpaces, that helps students build their own virtual and augmented reality. So in the classroom, they can take and design their own spaces the way that they want it. It can be collaborative, they're learning coding, but they're also learning about the impact and to have the design and not just passively play in a platform that somebody else designed for them. No, they're taking charge of it. And like Rashkov said in one of his book, program or be programmed. So that's the premise here. But that's not enough. The idea is when we talk about accessibility, we're talking about students being able to ask themselves those questions about how, what, who, what, to understand the constructs behind it and to understand if it's reliable information or not, if we're talking about tackling misinformation and disinformation and malinformation, how do they know how to address that? By asking those questions, figuring it out, doing their own research to know how to address that. And analyze and evaluate to understand who created, why they created it, what are the lifestyles that are represented, what information is missing and why is this information missing. That's a big one to better understand how to take control and to be free of the ties of the media. Another good reason why to use media literacy is for well-being. How do we work on our well-being and the students and the kids and youth well-being? So, for example, there is Bluey, an Australian cartoon that was bought by Disney and distributed in the United States by Disney+. And so there is this game that they can play online, they can watch and learn a lot about well-being. My kids are using and looking at it, and it's a wonderful TV series, but that's not enough, because that's just viewing is not enough if they're not asking themselves the critical questions about if they're creating their own media message. So they can take a picture, they can create a drawing, they can create music, but thinking about who's going to use it, why am I creating it? What are the techniques to support that I'll get it across my audience? How can I reach and impact my audience? Those questions are questions that will open up their point of view much more than just viewing a TV show like, for example, Bluey. As much as Bluey is a great TV show for kids, this is really to take the power and to be able to affect it to their well-being, reflecting on their use. Maybe they're feeling a certain emotion. Can they deconstruct the emotion? Why do they feel that way? Why is this message make them feel that way? And should they stop watching it? Should they keep watching it? Like really having a deep reflection with an adult, media mentor, it's called, that help and support them asking questions and finding the answer by themselves, but with a guideline of an adult that walk them through the stages or modeling to them. A third reason why to use media literacy is for civics. And for example, this group of games from iCivics is teaching especially US youth about budgeting, about immigration, about national security, about the 3 executive branches. So again, this is a very engaging game that they can put and change and hyper narratives there. But at the same time, it's not the only resource. One of the things that we want the students to ask themselves, who is impacted by this media? Why is this media effective or ineffective? Like, what can they do to support others and how they can use media for the common good? Like students in elementary school that created podcasts about homelessness in New Mexico, where I worked with them on it, or doing advocacy for a cause that they want, for animal shelters, for accepting immigrants. There is a lot of things that the students and the kids and the young adults could do that would be helpful more than just playing or watching, but using the media in a more powerful way that is active. And so the last one, why to use it, is for self-efficacy. We don't know the jobs that will be in 5 years when they grow up, but we know that they will need those skills. And for example, the Lego, which as you can see is pretty expensive, is working on robotics, but also design and other ways, which is great. But at the same time, students need to not only work on the mechanical skills, but they need also to think about the critical thinking skills and the reflective skills. And all of that will come if they're working on all those 5: access, analyze, evaluate, create, reflect, and act to be socially responsible. This is the framework that can help them and have been helpful for youth who have been practicing media literacy education to go beyond media consumption of what exists, with, again, several examples that I gave that are very good media for youth and for children, but it's not enough. They need to really practice those skills to be able to take care of themselves, to feel that they're in control, they're taking care of their well-being, they're contributing to society, and also they're getting the skills for the future. So I want to close by a quote from the book that I edited of Aziz El Hassani, that he's a librarian in University of Ifran in Morocco, who said, "Media education offer hope in a world where we feel discouraged." And that's what I hope that in this short presentation, I was able to demonstrate some of the practices that we at the Media Education Lab and our greater community is using to really help children and youth to consume media in a thoughtful way, respectful way, and feel that they're in charge and not just passively impacted by the media. Thank you very, very much.
Dėkojame pranešėjui ir
Thank you.
norime pakviesti
And now
taip
I'd like
pat
to give the floor
paskaityti savo pranešimą Roger Casale,
to Roger
Europos žmonių
Cassel
forumo atstovas,
from the
medijų
Europe's
raštingumo
People's Forum.
sąsajos su žmogaus
He will
teisėmis.
speak about the relationship between media literacy and human rights. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, and great to be with you. Let me put my timer on. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here. My name is Roger Casale. I was last here over 20 years ago when I came here with a parliamentary committee from the UK Parliament to help decide whether Lithuania should become a member or not of the European Union. So you can see that times have changed quite a lot in the meantime. But I'm not coming here today from Westminster. I'm actually coming here from Rome. I'm a Brexit exile. I live in Italy, and I'm a committed European. And one of the reasons that I'm a committed European is because I see Europe as the European Union as a safe space for democracy and the rule of law and human rights. And one of the things that is eroding our civic space and making it a less safe space for human rights is, of course, the impact of hate and hate speech and fake news and the interference, particularly from, we've heard about Russia and China, in the social media space. And I was sort of bad news showing you some good news. And I think the bad news is that although we've heard some wonderful things this morning already, and we'll hear more, particularly from Yonti and Friesen, I don't think ultimately there is a fix to the problem of fake news and problems that we face with social media and their impact. But I think the good news is that we shouldn't be, as Al-Sani said, we shouldn't be too discouraged. I think there are other things that we can do. And what I want to do, because I'm here actually in my capacity as President of Europe People's Forum, which is, you'll hear more about from my colleague in a moment, Bent and Bibonda, who is here, the General Secretary. And he's going to talk to you in a bit more detail about the issue of media literacy. What I want to use my remarks to do, if I may, and that's why I mentioned human rights, is try to put things a little bit in context. Because the problem that we face here today is very serious. And it's about trust, and it's about the resilience of our democracy, and it's about the risk to our economy, actually, and our society. So I think it goes very, very deep. But it's not all the fault of social media, and it's not all the fault of make news. It goes much deeper than that. And if I may, I'd just like to share my time, some recollections with you from my own experience as a practicing politician and later as a civil rights activist, and some reflections on those recollections, and then perhaps make one or two recommendations at the end. And I start by going back to 1997, when I was a Labour candidate in Wimbledon, and New Labour was preparing for the election after 18 years out of power. And one of the things that we were very worried about at the time was the fake news and the stories in the media. And we thought we weren't very media literate. So we thought we needed to become more media literate. And we did. And we created a rebuttals unit. We've been hearing earlier from Troy about ways of indicating, analysing things online. We had something similar to this. We could identify whether something was a fake story, and we could put out a rebuttal line. It was called Excalibur, like the sword of King Arthur in the story of King Arthur. And we got very, very good at it. We got so good at it that people said, "You've mastered the dark arts." Yeah, that's what they said. You've mastered the dark art. But actually, we were just getting more and more media literate. Also, it was a landslide victory. And I don't think that was down to the fact, though, that we had Excalibur. I think that was down to the fact that people wanted a change. Just like in this picture here, people wanted in their hearts and in their experience, they wanted a change in 1991. Maybe that wasn't to do with media or social media fake news. That was to do with what was going on in people's lives and what was going on in their hearts and minds. And one of the points that I want to make, really, is that in the end, what shapes people's behavior is not what they think and what they believe, but actually what they experience and what they feel. Now, in those days, journalists weren't trusted very much, but politicians were. And of course, that all changed, and that's my second case study, if you like, with the Iraq War. And New Labour lost trust over that. And when you lose trust, it's very, very difficult to get it back again. And I think we need to think about this problem of media literacy also in the context of trust, because one of the things that is happening is we are undermining trust in politics and in politicians. And I just made the point that once that's gone, it's very, very difficult to get it back again. And and again, it comes back to what people experienced and what people believed. And, you know, a lot of people say that Tony Blair lied and all kinds of things are said. But remember, there were 4 public inquiries. There were 4 public inquiries into what happened, the decision to go to war in Iraq. And Tony Blair was exonerated. I'm not here to defend Tony Blair, and you all have your own views about this. I'm just saying, in the end, people were very, very cross, understandably, and very upset and very angry, and it cost me my seat in Parliament. Labour lost a number of seats. They stayed in power, but they lost a number of seats because they didn't get the policy they wanted. They didn't want the war in Iraq, and nothing that was going to happen in any of these inquiries was going to change the fact that a lot of people felt very angry and very upset. And unless we understand that what is shaping things in our society is what people experience and what they feel, and we start to engage with people and to some extent validate them, it's not a question of whether you agree or whether you disagree, but we have to find ways to get into conversation and talk about things, because otherwise people end up talking, as we know, with people who agree with them on the same point of view, and they're much more predisposed to believing things which may or may not be true. I'm not here to defend anybody. I'm simply telling you what I experienced. And what I experienced was, as well as losing my seat, was that trust was was undermined in politics. And of course that came back to haunt Britain. So it wasn't just the case that you didn't trust journalists anymore. After the Iraq War in the UK, people didn't trust politicians. And that wasn't just to do with social media and fake news, although there was a lot of fake news and there was a lot going on in social media that was very difficult. It was ultimately to do with what people were experiencing and how people felt. Unless you change that, you're going to be left with a problem. And you need to change that to restore trust in politics. And that's a very difficult thing to do. And so by the time we got to the Brexit vote in 2016, not only had we lost trust in journalists and politicians, we'd also lost trust in something called experts. People didn't want to believe experts anymore. Now, this was a complete change from 1997, because in 1997, the new Labour philosophy was evidence-based policy making. So what we thought was a good idea, what we thought was the new idea at the time, was to go to experts to find out and to do research and to look at facts to find out what your policies should be. But by the time we got to Brexit, that was the last thing anybody wanted to do, because the climate was so was so difficult by then that the phrase was, and I think it was a European politician, actually, an EU politician, I can't remember which one, I tried to look it up, who said, we know what to do, but we don't know how we can say that we know what to do and to do it and still get elected. Yeah? That was the statement that they made. So such was the if you like, the situation, the lack of trust and the difficulty of being able to get a message out about what it was that you wanted to do, that politicians felt that they couldn't say what their policies were in a clear and transparent way without that rebounding with them in a very, very negative way, because there was so much fake news, there was so much, the social media environment had become so toxic. And on the other hand, of course, in 2016, you had Donald Trump saying, you know, I could shoot somebody and it wouldn't cost me any votes. So how did we get from a situation in 1997 where we had policy-led policymaking to a situation in 2016 where politicians who had evidence-led policies to put forward to the public didn't know how they could put those forward without that rebounding back on them, how they could communicate that. And on the other hand, you had somebody who was able to say, I could shoot somebody and still get elected. You can see how toxic the situation had become. Now, what can we do about this? Yeah? I mean, one's tempted. I have some very good IT advisors. I don't know who advises you, but I often talk to them. I don't understand much about IT myself, but they tell me, you know, 95% of the technology problems that our clients have can be solved by telling them to switch the computer off and switch back on again. But unfortunately, we can't do that with news, and we can't do that with social media. In fact, we're in a 24/7 news environment and social media. We're living more and more of our lives online. And I'm not sure that we can do much in terms of regulation, although I think it's very encouraging that we heard from the American Embassy this morning, and I think it's very important that we work internationally and nationally and so on. We try to understand what interventions might be helpful. But I don't think ultimately that we can have too strong a regulatory regime, simply because we run the risk of undermining the very things that we want to defend. One of our human rights is about press freedom and freedom of speech. And so it's very difficult to know where should the line be, how strong should our regulatory environment be, if the whole point of this is to defend human rights, democracy, and the civic space. As well as being president of Europe People's Forum, I'm a vice president of European Civic Forum, which is dedicated to defending the civic space in Europe. And we see this is under attack, not just from a lack of media literacy, but in many other ways as well. What about self-regulation? Well, I think I have got time to make. If you have time, just on this issue again of the power of fake news and social media, there's some very courageous journalists and whistleblowers, yeah? And Carol Cadwallader is one of them, a Guardian journalist. If you have time to watch her TED Talk, it's really worthwhile, called Facebook Destroyed Democracy. Yeah? And she's won a number of prizes, and rightly so, and she's exposed all this. You can look at this in detail as to how social media interfered and impacted on the Brexit vote. But I just want to say, and I'll come back to this, that I don't, despite what I'm saying, I don't blame Facebook for what happened in Brexit. I blame the electorate. I blame the people who voted for it. It comes back to what I was saying before. We have to engage with people at the level of their experience and what they feel. And I think what happened in Brexit was exaggerated. The way people felt was exaggerated, and people got into silos, and it was amplified. But I don't think if you had been able to switch Facebook off, that it would necessarily have changed the result, because I think people had decided what they were going to do sometime before, and they would have done it anyway. Yeah. But the social media thing made the situation very, very toxic and amplified it. But I don't think ultimately it's to blame, and I think we've got to be careful. We've got to keep this in context. We've got to keep this in perspective. This is it does have a very serious impact on our society, and it makes it very difficult to restore trust. But the real problem is one that goes much deeper. And that's why I think the attempt to regulate has to be done in quite a light-hearted way. The other problem with it is that people will react negatively to the attempt to interfere and control the social media space. And, you know, we often hear this phrase, echo chambers, yeah? But in fact, if you try to close down echo chambers, what happens is that people go into echo platforms. They create new platforms where the problem gets even worse. So we run the risk, I think, of, with heavy-handed regulation, of making things even worse. Self-regulation also doesn't really work. Yeah, you only need to think about Mark Zuckerberg's appearance in front of the European Parliament to realize that, you know, the very powerful people who control this space don't really understand and not really committed to the same values. And but on the other hand, to tell them what to do is also not an answer. So I think it's very, very difficult. We can't turn it off. We can't rely on regulation. We can't rely on self-regulation. What can we do? And I think that that's what brings me back to to my original point. Yeah. In the end, what conditions what people do, what conditions people's behavior, is not what they think and believe, which of course is conditioned by social media. And that's why it's really important to work with education in a longer term perspective, with civic education, with citizenship education, with media literacy, so that the next generation are vaccinated against this toxicity. But is that going to change the way that people behave? Is it going to make them behave in a different way in relation to some of these issues? And I think what is needed is something that goes much further if we are going to protect democracy and human rights in the European Union and in the world, which is under threat. And remember, Joe Biden said that democracy is fragile. What is needed is an opportunity to create a space in which people can really talk to each other, where they can really engage. It's surprising how much you can learn from somebody who you profoundly disagree with, if you have the opportunity to engage with them in an equal way. So the question is, how do we get people to come, how do we come out of our silos, out of our echo chambers, out of our echo platforms, and into a space where we can engage with each other, even though we disagree, where we actually find a value in that. Now, I think that is absolutely essential, and I think it's about not just what happens at election time, although it is important that people vote and we give that message. It's fundamentally about what happens between elections. And I think one way of doing that is through increasing the opportunities for citizens to engage in policy making, through expanding the number of opportunities that there are for deliberative democracy, participatory democracy, one might call it citizens' juries, citizens' panels, citizens' assemblies. And I think a lot of people agree with me. I don't know whether you agree with me, but I think a lot of people in the European Union agree with me, which is why we had the Conference on the Future of Europe, which was an absolutely unprecedented event, and which was the answer to the question, for me, how can we deal with the fragility of democracy in the European Union? How can we deal with the loss of trust? How can we counter the toxic effect of social media and the lack of media literacy? Because making people more media literate is a good thing to do, but it's not going to solve the problem by itself. You don't need an umbrella when the sun is shining, as New Labour found in 1997. We had Excalibur, but we probably didn't need it. But equally, when you have a perfect storm, like in 2016, an umbrella is not going to protect you from the rain. You're going to get wet. So we have to do something else as well. And for me, that's about building a much more participatory, a much more engaged democracy in which people have the opportunity to come into the space, whether it's at local level or in other ways, and actually talk about what they're experiencing, talk about what they feel, talk about what it is that they want from their democracy. And I think that is a very good way of understanding different points of view, validating different points of view and different people, even if you don't agree with it, and building a stronger democracy. And I do hope very much that the European Union will build on the experience, the limited success of the Conference on the Future of Europe, because I think that is the key to building a stronger, more resilient democracy in which our human rights are protected. And I think it will help with the media literacy as well and the civic education. And I would even go as far to say, that if we had had citizens' assemblies in the United Kingdom in 2016 or in 2015, and we had asked people in those deliberative forums, what did they think about Britain's relationship with the European Union? I don't think people would have voted to leave, because they would have had the opportunity. People would have had the opportunity to express themselves. They would have had the opportunity to hear different points of view and to engage in, and it would have been a way of creating a little more consensus than what we ended up with, which was virtually a kind of civil war, and a war between and a kind of fake war between UK and Europe, fueled by social media. But the causes lie in people's experience, in how they feel. And we have to find a way to give people the opportunity to talk about that, to share that, to be validated. It's not a question of whether they're right or wrong, it's what's going on in their lives. And see that as a resource, as part of the solution, and not part of the problem. And I think that is the way forward in terms of rebuilding trust, building a more resilient democracy. And I just finish on this, but come back to Lithuania. I was absolutely delighted over the last 2 days to have the opportunity to meet people here and also to meet your National Strategy Office and to see that there is a commitment in Lithuania, part of the preparations for your national strategy, to do just that. And so not only is it a pleasure to be here again and to say congratulations to Lithuania on your very successful experience as a member of the European Union, and long may it last, and to say when Britain does come back again and ask to join, please give us, please be kind to us. But also to say, congratulations, and I hope to see you leading the way as you are with this conference, but also with your national strategy and your commitment to citizens' assemblies, I hope, and to more deliberative democracy in building a stronger society in Europe. And the Americans and others will learn from this for future generations. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame pranešėjui ir norime pakviesti mūsų
prelegentą, and now our next keynote speaker is Dr. Bent Narvi-Bonde, Europe's People's Forum. He'll be talking on media literacy, empowering and helping inclusion of citizens.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. I'm very happy to be here. It's also at a time of reflection. I have, for 10 years, I was director of Baltic Media Center, working with support to the media, particularly in the Baltic states, in Russia, and in Poland, and later in the Balkans. And support to build and strengthen democracy, support and build and strengthen peace between the countries involved. And today, all these years later, is now 30 years later, it's like what did you do? Nothing really helped, except the democracy in the Baltic states and in the countries that kind of got closer to EU or got into EU, and still there, democracy is of course challenged. Right now, I'm founder and Secretary General of Europe's People's Forum that work with citizens' involvement, and I shall come back to that. But let's begin where we all were 25 years ago, those of you that were old enough to remember. We had a public radio and television station, maybe a few private broadcasters, and maybe non-profit community media, as well as quite a number of print newspapers and print magazines at local and national level. By that time, the issue was often that how can we avoid that the public broadcaster is influenced under influence of government and parliament and political interests, and how can we avoid that the private broadcasters are not influenced by their owners who have political ambitions. And you know, every country had its own radio and television legislation that could regulate the content and the distribution of all electronic media. In some cases, the regulatory framework made it difficult for citizens to express themselves in the media, and also made it difficult for them to criticize political decision makers. If we as citizens wanted to influence political decisions, or we wanted to express what we wanted for the future society, we had either to be able to meet the politicians face to face, and that was not too easy, or we had to write a reader's letter, go to the post box, mailbox, and mail it, and hope that we could convince a newspaper to print our reader's letter. I don't know. Those of you who have tried it will know how difficult that was. It was not easy for citizens to express themselves at any subject by that time. That has, of course, changed with the information technology. You would say it has almost changed overwhelmingly, that everybody can express themselves about everything in every manner they want to express themselves. And one positive perspective we can take is to look at the youth as becoming much more engaged, much more expressing themselves, much more taking part in what happens in society. And the other perspective would be to say that what we had before, let's say, a common public sphere, at a certain time we only had a monopoly broadcasting in our countries, and later we had many more, but still there was a common public sphere where people would meet, they would at least watch the same at television, or they would discuss the same things when they were at work and at home, because they had just watched that program at television or listened to the radio. That is, if we look at that today, you could say that you could also say it's undermined by individualizing all our media consumption, that many people consume Facebook individually, consume social media individually, and don't really consume media as such. And we can see that the young people today are less likely than their counterparts in the 70s. I was young in the 70s, to have traditional characteristics of citizenship. I mean, such as belonging to a labor union, reading newspapers, working on a community project, being contacted or part of political parties and youth parties, or believing that people are trustworthy also, we have signs for. But probably both perspectives are right, both the positive, the engagement, and the negative, the moving away from the public sphere, the common public sphere. At this time of history, after my long working life wasted on building stronger democracies and peace, we can see that democracy is under pressure both within the European Union and from outside the European Union. And there I must actually echo what my dear colleague Roger said. It has been a great pleasure being here the last couple of days and experiencing how active Lithuania actually has been in engaging citizens in other ways than you see in many countries. I did for a research project, I did an analysis of the democracy in all European countries, and that was based on a combination of 3 internationally well-reputed rankings by their indicators. The Economist's Democracy Index from 2021, the World Press Freedom Index from 22, and the Transparency International Corruption Index from 21, as well as the latest World Bank registration of election participation before 2021. So it's 1 year old, you would say. Inside the EU is very interesting. Inside the EU, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Greece, Cyprus, Croatia, and Poland ranked between number 33 and 24 among these European countries. Lithuania was, in the nice middle of number 16, but with your Baltic neighbors as number 18. You had outside EU, Ukraine was at the bottom with number 38. Then came Turkey, Serbia, North Macedonia, Georgia, Albania, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, ranking up to number 33. And what was very interesting for me to read the details of that, not just the numbers, but what was behind was that there were significant differences in the indicators for democracy, and it showed that several European countries are very far from what we expect and look forward to as healthy democracies, with citizens trusting the political power holders and politicians deserving the trust. Better democracies, in my opinion, demand more citizens' involvement to keep governments accountable. As we know, is not. Before we always said media should keep politicians accountable, and they still shall, and they still do, and they're good at that. But citizens are definitely also necessary to keep them accountable, and also to have the society, the citizens feel ownership to the political decisions and the political policies that are made in the country. Is very important that they are engaged not only in the elections but also between elections. Digital literacy, in my opinion, today is a condition for better democratic participation. We had, as Roger explained, we had the Conference on the Future of Europe, which was both part of the design and the moderation of panels in that, and it was so beautiful. It was really so beautiful, the moderation, to see young and old people from 27 different countries come from each their side and make compromises on many, many, many political issues. I mean, when citizens are speaking with each other, they can actually find middle ground that can be difficult for politicians to find. So it worked very well in that sense, and I know that today the European Commission says that they will propose implementation of, I think it's 70% of the recommendations that came from citizens, and that is really a lot. That is quite well. It's not, when citizens discuss, it's not that their recommendations will be implemented automatically, not at all, because you have a representative democracy and you have politicians elected to do that, but they should be listened to by the politicians, and their proposals should be considered seriously. And that turned out very well. But they also had to spend, each citizen had to spend 3 weekends discussing with other citizens. If it's no longer, the limits to the Conference on the Future of Europe is, as you know it from what you did here in Lithuania, and you know it from Europe, that in Europe only 800 took part in the conference. They were representatively elected, so it was poor and rich and rural and urban and so on, well-educated, not well-educated people discussing with each other. But what you don't reach anything like the 400 millions in the European Union, and you don't reach anything like the 2.8 millions in Lithuania with the panels you had here. And how can you do that? That is actually where the information technology comes in as a tool to use. And I think that is really important. The aspect of combating fake news is important, but it's much more decisive for our democracies that the aspect of involving and engaging citizens is used, that the digital possibilities are used for that. Citizens today are required to be media literate and possess a specific set of skills and knowledge tailored to the digital environment if they safely and effectively can access and evaluate and interact with the world around them. However, the logical challenge confirmed by research is that digital inequalities reproduce offline inequalities, that those who are not as literate, literally, as others, get even more behind in the digital landscape. That is the risk, and that is what we have to take care of, and that is what when we develop platforms, that they must be not demand long written parts, for example. Young people that lack the necessary skills, means to use digital technologies to their advantage, are indeed at risk of landing in a cycle of online and offline inequalities that reinforce each other's, and that we must combat. It does not remove the inequality, but investing in policy initiatives that stimulate citizens' media literacy constitutes a chance of breaking the cycle between those left behind and those in the front. On the individual level, media literacy enables users to transform from passive, powerless, and vulnerable receivers of content into active and empowered users who are able to actively participate in society, whether that is offline or online. And non-use of digital technology and digital illiteracy excludes people from full participation in our society, which is all based on technology. No longer do young people necessarily feel a sense of obligation to follow news. Some even, I think it's 20% in the country I come from, which is Denmark, that don't follow the news anymore because they feel they're too unpleasant, they're not nice to follow, and not as necessary as Facebook. They don't join political parties or engage in mobilizing supporters. For some youth, social media may be a powerful distraction, from becoming active in their communities. For others, using the internet may contribute to engagement. The internet challenges traditional information gatekeepers from the media. It's not easy to be a journalist today. I was a journalist for several years, and has not become easier. And similarly, what young people do online tends to be mainly social and entertainment oriented, but not leading to conventional civic participation. If we should be more optimistic, and I am I try to be optimistic. I've tried to be optimistic all my life. If we are more optimistic, there is a profound generational shift from younger people just a few years ago to younger people now. And they are able to show an awareness of social and political issues, not in the way that we did in the 70s, but in terms, and not in the way that you as adults would prefer them to do, but actually in other important ways. Young people are more likely to consider civic activities, including volunteering and participation in fundraising or charity events, as a choice rather than as a responsibility. It is now that we should invest in the training and in combining social media and critical and enlightened information. I shall soon finish, and I do. Social media in themselves are often seen as both destructive between young people and close to meaningless, time-consuming. I sometimes say that. However, used in the right way, social media can also be an important step in local, in thematic, or in national democracy. A newly published research report, Mapping of Communities, compares the more than 5,000 Danish citizens-driven groups on Facebook with the traditional community houses you had. And as a basis for today's discussion and debates between citizens about everything from hardcore politics to association of tenants or house owners' interests, or fight against climate change, or gardening, health, and many other issues. And it turns out that with more than 20 million members of these groups, Danish users have been active in the debates over a period of 7 months. And via the group format, the citizens can relatively easy, free of charge, communicate with each other. They can relatively easy, free of charge, keep each other in control, away from fake news, away from fake opinions. And I'm a strong believer in that possibility, particularly after having experienced a conference on the future of Europe. These groups are built on individual citizens. If we use that, if you use this professionally, make it representative groups, we are sure that we have poor and rich and well-educated and low-educated and so on in these groups. They can also be a way forward to expand what we know as citizens' assemblies, or what we know as citizens' panels discussing face-to-face, and to reach out to many, many more in our societies. It's a question of doing it professionally, frankly. And I think if we come back to where we are today in a quite difficult situation, both internationally with the conflicts and wars, and with democracies under pressure, we shall work hard to find models for engaging large part of our citizens, and not only a few hundreds as we have done until now. And I hope that is what we can use this for in the future, the literacy, so it's used positively for that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dėkojame pranešėjų ir kviečiame taip pat savo pranešėjų.
I thank you, and now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Ebbe Nilsson. She is head of the Distance Education Consulting Center. She will speak about innovation education for blended learning to improve media literacy.
Dear colleagues, dear organizers of this very, very timely and very, very important and fruitful conference today and tomorrow. Congratulations for having this conference in your wonderful country, which is really in the forefront. So it's a great pleasure for me to have been invited here to talk about innovation education for blended learning to improve media literacy. I have already been introduced, so thank you very much for that. I will maybe just add that I have had the pleasure to have been working with your lovely country for almost 20 years in different kind of projects, both with VMU, but also Kaunas Technology University, where I also was a guest professor for some years. That was a great pleasure. I have been here in Vilnius several times, and the latest was in December 2022, when I visited VMU, and also the project I'm the coordinator for, Digital for All, Digital Inclusion for All, with Lithuania Democratica Collegia. So I was here for some days, and my visit is also the parliament. So I was here in this room, so it's nice to be back again. I always think it is good to consult with colleagues and to have peer reviews and to work with peers when I'm doing research and the task I'm committed by. So before coming here and when I started to prepare my presentation, I consulted with my new colleague, ChatGPT. So I put in my title for the presentation and also some of the keywords, which I will share with you today. So I will read the beginning. I got a very, very long answer back, like an article. And I will read the beginning and the end. So the beginning is, there are several important concepts that are relevant to innovation education for blended learning to improve media literacy, quality, and that also connect to the futures of education. And futures is in plural, as you notice, because there are many futures. SDGs, equity, lifelong learning, inclusion, diversity, active citizenship, trust, and sustainability cities. Let's explore each of these in more details, and then each of the concepts were described in details. The end is, overall, by combining these concepts into innovation education for blended learning, we can create a more inclusive, diverse, trustworthiness, and sustainable education system that prepares students for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century, not leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much to my colleague. Can we go back to the slides, please? This one. First of all, it is very important to always start with the why question before we're doing something else. And the why question is answered in many of those initiatives by UNESCO, like the Sustainability Development Goals, and where we have a special goal for number 4 for education, which has an impact and influences all the others in one or another way. We have also the initiative about the futures of education, because there's not one future which fits all, and the new social contract, reimagine the future we want, not leaving anyone behind. And we have to note that those initiatives were even before the pandemic and the very, very strange situation which affected the whole world very dramatically. And it was even before the dramatic war we have close by here. So those initiatives are influencing and the foundation with everything what I'm doing, every research I'm conducting. Next one, please. So the why question is that we need a new social contract for education to repair injustices while transforming the future. And actually this goes back already to 1948, when the Declaration of Human Rights were inaugurated and agreed by all member states in the United Nations. But we need to have that very, very high on the agenda. Next one, please. So there needs to be a new social contract to narrow the gaps and to reach accessible education with quality for everyone, leaving no behind, to reach democracy, to reach injustices, to reach inclusiveness and diversity. Next one, please. So we know that there is a large gaps to access and participation in education, and that means also that there are large gaps to be an active citizen in the societies, because educated people can more actively be involved in an active citizenship in the society and take responsibility for bad and for good with their way of talking, taking part in context and taking part in different kind of activities, raise their voices, etc., etc. And all voices needs to be heard in a society and within an education. Today, the educational system is very, very exclusive. For example, we visited yesterday a fantastic school, and one of the first sentences, sorry to say, but it was said that those were really the elite students, and I can imagine that that was the case. And they were lucky, but all the rest of the people in this country and in all other countries, what's happened with them? Education is one part and one key pillar to be an active citizen. And their online education and technology can support, enhance, and help a lot. It has already been shown that, for example, online learning can include more people, online conferences, like also this conference as is streamed. People who are not able to come here to this conference can attend the conference and be part of the conversation we have, who are lucky enough to be in this room. Next one, please. So those are all quotes from the new social contract and why it is needed. Then the rest of the questions, how, when, who, whom, can be asked. Next one, please. So, there is a need for a new research agenda for education. And that agenda is about safeguarding and transforming schools. It is about changing and transforming also teachers and the teaching profession. We know that many teachers are teachers as they were thought in their school some 10 or 20 years back. Time is changing. We need new pedagogies of solidarity, trust, cooperation, democracy, inclusiveness, diversity, and also the curricula need to address those items. And that is also stated in the new social contract, that everything in school and in university should be related to the SDGs. Every kind of topic, if it is art or if it is maths or science or whatever, everything what is done in schools and the educational system should address the SDGs. Curriculum and the knowledge common need to be changed, and education across different times and spaces. Education is more and more seamless nowadays. It's more blurred. Formal education, informal education, and to renew the international solidarity and cooperation. Next one, please. So for doing that, we really need to learn to know our learners. Who are they? They are very, very heterogeneous, more than we even will think about. We need to emphasize learner agency, well-being and caring, and empathy are maybe not new things, but they will need to be very high on the agenda in our educational system. So even when we talk about media literacy. It is even nowadays a parameter for quality. Diversity and inclusion, active citizens, Green Deal, digital transformation. It is about people, processes, products, and resources. And most of all, people always need to come first. Next one, please. I just briefly will highlight this image about what is really happening when we introduce a technology or media. We can just substitute, for example, books with a picture. We can substitute a written book with maybe something online. That is easy, but that is not really transformation or redefinitions. So what are we really doing when we're talking about online learning and about media literacy? Next one, please. So the next concept is about innovation. That is a buzzword, but and we think we all know what it is about. But those are just some items about creativity, success, ideas, inspirations, etc. So what do we really think is innovative? Next one, please. What I maybe would like to emphasize here in this picture is about growth and development. Next one, please. Innovation, we will argue that it's very much also about leadership. When we're talking about media literacy and blended learning and innovation, leadership is crucial. And that means leadership who can really bring everyone on board. And that is very much different from a leader who's more as a manager. Next one, please. I think you already recognize this circle and framework from our previous speakers. I was very happy to see that. Because when we talk about media literacy, which is one of the concepts in my presentation, it is about engagement, about initiate, establish, evaluate, and research. And what is important here, which was also stressed by the previous speaker, is the holistic approach of media literacy. And how do we really tackle that in the educational system? It is about the ecosystem. Next one, please. This is another image about that, because it is about access, analyzing, create, reflect, and act. And this again shows the ecosystem of media literacy. And maybe not at least to really stress the fourth item about reflection and critical thinking. So much are produced today online and in social media, and now we have this ChatGPT, etc., and all other kind of innovations in technology. But it is important, as always, to be both creative but also critical. And we need to learn how to do that. And we need to have an ongoing conversations about those items, about access, analysis, create, reflect, and act. Next one, please. So why is this important? It is important because it is about democracy. It is about how to be part in a civil society and to be an active participant, which also all of the previous speakers have mentioned very actively. Next one, please. So the other concept in my presentation is about blended learning. Some years ago, I was the research leader on behalf of the International Council for Open and Flexible and Distance Education, ICDE, where I'm also a board member and also chair in the OER Advocacy Committee since 2017. I was the research leader for this report, Blended Learning State of the Nation. Next one, please. So blended learning, what do we really mean by that? And how do we really, why it is important, and how do we really conceptualize it? There is Tony Bates, who is one of the researchers who write a lot about this and do a lot of research about this from Athabasca University in Canada. He says that it is a blurred continuum between classroom classes, flipped hybrid learning, and to follow online. But it is very important. It is not just about blended learning. It's not about delivering, which we will come back to. It is one part of blended learning. Next one, please. So it is a blend of brick and mortar classroom and online learning. Next one, please. When we talk about blended learning, we again need to see the holistic approach and the framework of blended learning. It is, of course, about delivering. It is, of course, about the virtual learning environments. But it's also about the pedagogy, about the learning agency, about the global connections, which is very easy nowadays due to internet and online education, where we can get really the best researchers from all over the world into our classroom. We can also have internationalization for all students in a classroom, not just those who go for Erasmus projects, for example. It also includes peer-to-peer coaching. And that is not just the tutor to the students, but also students to students. It also includes interactivities with the materials, with the content. So again, to see the ecosystem of blended learning. Next one, please. Those are all frameworks which I wrote about in this research on blended learning. So you can find more about them there. But most of all, it is about the mindset and about growth and about the qualities and about the skills, both the adaptive skills but also the technical skills using the blended learning approach. It is very much about the grit and transparency and about collaboration when you work with blended learning. So blended learning is not just to sit with your own computer in your own chair in your own room. It is about collaboration. Next one, please. Again, I would like to take the opportunity to discuss another framework for online learning or blended learning, which again show the importance of an ecosystem. We all know, not at least due to COVID and when everything went online, that content is not the king any longer. Context is the king, and agency is the king. So with this model, there are 4 transversal pillars. It is about leadership, strategy, technology, and quality. And then there are 6 core dimensions, which are content, pedagogy, recognition, collaboration, research, and access. And those need to be aligned with each other. And this is also, as I said, a use for blended learning, as well as for open education. If you, for example, are working with content which are open educational resources, then you also must change your pedagogical approach and how you collaborate, and also how you recognize this kind of work. And this is made by, for example, leadership and strategies, and of course, about quality dimensions. So all those 10 dimensions have an impact and influences each other. That's why it is important to emphasize the value of an ecosystem in the educational arena. Next one, please. Again, talking about quality. Me and some other researchers did also research on behalf of ICD about quality models around the globe. We examined and monitored over 40 plus models on quality, on blended learning, online learning. I also did that, by the way, in my research for my PhD. Next slide, please. We can take next one. So more or less all of those 40 models covered 3 or 6 dimensions, again in this holistic approach. It is about, of course, the management, the strategy and planning and visions, etc., and about the course as such, and especially about the services, both for the students and for staff. But working with blended learning and online learning, quality dimensions need to be seen from the learner agency's perspective. And those are the ones to the right. For example, about flexibility, accessibility, personalization, accessibility, I think I said that, sorry, presence, trust. Next one, please. I have now shown you some frameworks talking about blended learning, online learning. And as I said, when you look at, for example, all those 40 which we did, they are quite similar. But what is important is that whatever kind of framework you're working with, to solve the why question, why go towards blended learning, it needs to be multifaceted, it needs to be dynamic, mainstreamed within the colleagues, within the schools. It needs to be representative, and it needs to be multifunctional. In that report I just described, this is very much more explored. But it needs to be included and implemented by each and every one in the educational system, by heart, by hand, by mind. Next one, please. So what is then a learning ecosystem, which I have stressed now very much? First of all, it is about people, because that is the largest and most valuable resource. And then, of course, it is about technology, media. It is about very much the learning culture. It is about the strategy. And, of course, it is about content. But content, as we know, is not the king any longer. And content is available all over the places. It is how we put it together and what kind of context we create together with our learners and our students. Next one, please. The Open University in UK, they publish each year this kind of a report about innovation pedagogy. And this year, they published this one, and they always have 10 key elements which they stress. And as you see, it is not so much about technology any longer, or IE or whatever. It is very much about how we deal with well-being, how we approach pedagogy as walk and talk approaches, how we create dual learning scenarios, how we deal with influencers-led education. And this is a totally different approach than just talking about, technology or media literacy. But it is how we phrase it, how we put it in a context. Next one, please. I mentioned Tony Bates earlier on about blended learning. And it's just about definitions. Blended learning can also be called like high flex, like a mix of semesters, but like high flex and hybrid. Next one, please. So is there really a need of a theory on blended learning? It can be questions, but in case, it may be need to have some new approaches. Next one, please. So those were some questions put for you, either now or later on. Next one, please. I was very happy when we walked yesterday in this square where the election for the mayor took place. I recognized many of the keywords I presented here today in my presentation: identity, open, underline, etc. Next one, please. So we have talked about the why question quite a lot. Why is there a need for a change? Maybe now it is time to talk about the who question. Who will shape the education agenda in the future? The answers can be one or several of them. Is it the university? Is it the government, municipalities? Is it the corporations, or is it the individuals? It can be worth to think about when we think about democracy, inclusiveness, diversity, active citizenships. In my presentation, I have stressed very much about the personal agency and the learning agency, and about human rights and about the individuals. I think we have to pay attention to that more. Next one, please. Because change is driven by people, not by missions, not by strategies, not by declarations. It is about you and me, and each of us who believe, in this case, in larger involvement in media literacy and blended learning and innovation. We have to take part in that conversation. Together, each of us can make a difference. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame profesoriai ir norime pakviesti mūsų kitą pranešėją, gerbiamą profesorę daktarę Jenny Pangai, Joninos universiteto dėstytoja Graikija su pranešimu žiniasklaidos vaidmuo versle.
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
Sure, we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitations. I would like to congratulate you all, and especially the organizing committee. I would like also to congratulate for the hard work my friend Leta Dormatiene has done up to now, and we have been cooperating for years and years in different projects in different areas. I had a problem with the video before, and I hope you have some kind of video. You can see me, I think. Okay. My presentation today is about the digital media and entrepreneurship. Would you like me to share my screen, or can you share my slides, please? Is it possible for you? Or do you want me to share my slides?
It would be better that you could share the slides. Could you?
Okay. Can you see that? Is that okay for you?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That is the only problem that we can have from the online meetings. Sometimes we cannot have all face-to-face, communication, and we can explain everything. What is my presentation about? I will continue in a way from the previous presentation, and mine is about digital media and entrepreneurship. What digital media are, and how we can use digital media. We know nowadays that there has been a significant progress in social media, and we use social media in entrepreneurship. And digital media has used not only for learning, but also for entertainment and also for communication. And digital media have been now part of our life. Many professors have used the digital media for evaluation and also for accreditation of studies. Digital media is any form of media, and they use ICT for the distribution, information computer technologies. As we know, digital media can be created, viewed, distributed, in any of the digital electronic devices. So the importance of digital media nowadays is the role they play in education. Apart from that, social media play an important role in marketing. As we know, social media is computer-based technology and create virtual communities, and that is a kind of joining the market also, because education, training, and market have kind of connection. In social media marketing, as you can see, we are raising brand awareness. We create a new brand, an identity, and we improving the communication in between partners for a new brand. That brand may be, in a way, education, or it might be a new project, or it can be a new kind of communication. So we use social media for the creation of websites. And why we do that? We have the social media which support collaborative projects, I said before. We can have projects, we can cooperate together, and it's a way of cooperative learning. We can use social media for blogs and microblogs, and we can also use social media for content sharing, even for creation of other social networks where we can explain or can share information for different topics. And mainly we use nowadays the virtual social media, the virtual worlds. As you can see from this slide, we have Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm just lining a few of the social media. And we use most of them, or we can say all and more of those in some universities, either for the communication of the students, or for the learning, online learning, or for the communication between teacher and students, or in between professors for different projects. Now, many times we have the question, how to choose the right platform? Which is the right platform? We cannot answer easily that question because platforms change and the right question does not come immediately. Depends on the audience, depends on where we have to address that kind of media and what we actually want to do. What is the aim? What is the purpose of joining that media? And apart from that, we have to see and take care of the data. Entrepreneurs, not only students, as we discussed before, but entrepreneurs are also using the media. In a way, university can become a hub for entrepreneurs. Can become a place where we can have students who few days later can become entrepreneurs. One of those is the WordPress. The other kind of media that many entrepreneurs use is Wix to create pages and to create different sites and promote their products or the whatever they have. The other one is Buddha, the other is Weebly, and so on. I will tell you a few words about the positive impact of digital media on businesses. And as we know, the digital media can give a boundless reach in businesses. Digital media can become a way of money saver, not only for educators, but also for students and entrepreneurs. There are many projects in universities where we try to help students become one day entrepreneurs and professors to become entrepreneurs. What is the difference between entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs? Is the way we reach entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs help from their own organization to work as help entrepreneurship from their own organizations. So university professors can become entrepreneurs. They can give better ideas how to upgrade the whole university. So digital media can help to this direction. Digital media can also deliver fast results in sales and fast results in the input we actually want as entrepreneurs. In digital marketing, we respond quickly to customers, and also in this digital marketing, we can make any adjustments very quickly. Now, I will say a few words about the negative impact of digital media. That is, in a way, of time drain for businesses, or sometimes we expose to business in reproductions, or we have the media fatigue, as they say. People say they are fed up of all this media, and they don't attend and they don't follow those. But as you can see in this slide, we have a project that is accreditation and recognition of prior experience and learning. In this project, we use digital media. We teach students about digital media, and also we advertise the courses and the collaborative work through digital media. This is a small example how digital media can do all I said before. They can help us to communicate, they can help us to collaborate, they can help us to offer good studies to students and open a new market. This project is a bachelor's in entrepreneurship, and as you can see here, comprises components like validates prior experienced learning, attends, offers subjects and modules online, using also the digital media, and also we have the research project. Here, I'm just stating a few words about the subject modules that we have, and you can see here that we have managing and businesses courses, fundamentals in business, managing people, marketing, digital marketing, ICT and applications, financial management, fundamentals of e-commerce, creativity and innovation, business simulation, and management practice. So we can see from here how digital media promote or disseminate projects and offer opportunities to everyone to attend online courses. I will give you a few words about digital media and ChatGPT. We all know that in education, we find now artificial intelligence ChatGPT, where students use many times instead of other artificial intelligence programs in order to write papers or to do some homework and so on. So this is something very important that we have to keep in mind. Although digital media can help, from the other time we have to be very careful for any kind of plagiarism or any kind of publishing and so on. So although there's information about GTP, online courses and online teaching professors have to think about the assignments, how students react on assignments and how we can evaluate their assignments. because, as you can see from that source, although ChatGPT is very useful in a way, from the other time is problematic for students. ChatGPT, according to many researchers, is now very helpful to entrepreneurs. So we have here to say a few words how ChatGPT is useful for entrepreneurs. It helps entrepreneurs to create a content for their businesses and can help for optimizing artificial intelligence and social media management for their businesses. And also they help, ChatGPT can give some kind of information to entrepreneurs for data organization. In conclusion, we can see that digital media, which now are joining with artificial intelligence, can transform education and learning, can enhance all the teaching tools, can support access to information, can offer personalized learning, and support any remote work, analyze data, offer Google Analytics and optimize businesses for entrepreneurship, and also can offer many opportunities for e-commerce. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you very much.
Now, we'd like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Morten Flatte Pausen from the Nordic Open Online Academy. And his presentation is the experiences related to media literacy and information technology used in online education.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will try to share my screen with you. Just a moment. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. My name is Morten Flatte Pausen, and I'm living in Oslo, Norway. And I have been working with online education for 40 years. During the pandemic, I was very isolated on a little tiny island in Norway, and I realized that I could start to write about my experiences, and it has become an online chronicle of nearly 400 personal anecdotes, experiences, and reflections about people, events, media, technology, and pedagogy that influenced 4 decades of my online education work. And many of these anecdotes could be relevant for what we are talking about today. You are welcome to look at the online version of my chronicle, which is accessible from the address at the bottom right of the screen here. It is about 400 pages with experiences in there, and it's based on my experiences as a father and grandfather, as a speaker of conferences in 30 countries, about my experience as professor of online education in Norway, Portugal, and Canada. And at the moment, I'm working as a CEO of the Nordic Open Online Academy, which is a private online school, which I own. But I have also worked as the Secretary General of the International Council of Open and Distance Education. I've been president of the European Distance and E-Learning Network, and I have been on the European Association of Distance Learning, Research and Development Committee. And I also worked many years for NKI Distance Education in Norway, and I have been working as a graduate assistant at American Center for the Study of Distance Education. And what I've written about in these anecdotes are related to my experiences from these various institutions. Each of the anecdotes is written as an individual story, and many of them I have posted on LinkedIn and Facebook. It's about 1 page each, and I have written about 10 anecdotes per year to kind of illustrate the e-learning zeitgeist and the important development of online education that year. It is not necessary to read the anecdotes chronologically. It is possible to find a track or a year or an interesting title. But altogether, they cover a broad range of challenges and experiences related to online education during the 4 last decades. And at the moment, I'm looking for a publisher, and it's hopefully being able to publish this in an updated version in the book. It starts with the 1980s. The year or the decade I call the dawn of online education. It was the decade where we saw the first PCs, people got access to modems, people at universities got access to email and internet. We saw the first learning management systems and the first online courses. It was the decade of the online education pioneering. I designed as a hardware designer microcomputers in an early decade. I developed educational software, but the first really breakthrough was that I was designing the first learning management system for distance education in 1986. And I used that for distance online education courses with the first students in 1987. So I have been teaching online students since 1987. And I've also been working with educational television in the late 1980s. So this was actually a decade where distance education mainly was related to correspondence courses and educational radio and television broadcasting. But we saw the first initiatives for online education during this decade. If we move on to the 1990s, we saw a number of early adopters around, especially the Western world, that started to use online education. It was a decade where we saw new PCs with color screens and graphic interfaces like Windows. We saw the first online journals and online newspapers. It was the decade where we got the first World Wide Web services. The first web-based learning management systems were introduced. We got access to digital cameras and personal digital assistants. I started the decade by working at the American Center for the Study of Distance Education, where I worked as a graduate assistant when I did my doctorate studies. And as a part of that, I introduced an online journal which was based on distribution via email. It was called a Distance Education Online Symposium, and we had about 2,500 subscribers around the world who actually read the articles we distributed online at that time. If you go to the 1994, it was the Winter Olympics in Lillehammer, Norway, and I was there. And looking back, it was the first Olympics where the results were available on the World Wide Web. In other words, the World Wide Web was discovered and known in Norway by most people during 1994. And the first web-based courses started to come around that time. I developed the first web-based courses at my Norwegian institution in 1996, and that made a very huge difference about how people perceived online education. Suddenly, the World Wide Web kind of integrated all the online services in a much more user-friendly way. If we go on to the 2000s, which I have called the decade of online education growth, it was the decade where people got access to Wi-Fi, wireless networks. They got multimedia PCs, which was able to use audio and video content. We got the first online bank accounts and PayPal services. People started to have voice over IP using Skype. We saw the first social media. We saw streaming audio through Spotify. We experienced the new podcasts. Suddenly people were talking about Creative Commons and open educational resources. During that decade, I worked with European projects headed by the Swedish mobile telephone company Ericsson. And we started to see how we could use mobile phones for mobile learning. So we worked and started to work with M-learning using the mobile phone technology to get access to online content and communication in the early 2000s. During that decade, I also worked a lot with improvement of web-based learning management systems, and we got systems that allowed us to have the students to submit their work online, have the teachers to give feedbacks online. We got opportunity that measured the teacher's response time, and we developed an online system for individual planning for students that wanted to have individual progress of their courses. And the web-based services made online education better and more impressive every year during that decade. In 2009, I moved to Portugal, and I did teach Portuguese master students online at the Universidade Aberta de Portugal. And suddenly, we started to use all sorts of open social networks to submit coursework. And students there suddenly developed their own learning environments using Twitter, Facebook, all kind of web services, YouTube, and all kind of that stuff. And it was suddenly like we were teaching and learning on an open stage where all the world could see what we were doing. A very fascinating decade. If we go on to the 2010s, I call that the decade of where online education goes mainstream. It was a decade where people got access to smartphones, iPads, video communications like webinars, MOOCs. We started to use electronic badges or micro-credentials. We learned about nano-learning and learning analytics. By the way, the artwork you have seen here is by Norwegian artists, and the painting here is by the world-famous Norwegian painter Edvard Munch. And if you see the houses in the behind there, I'm sitting in one of those now. In the 2014, there was a Norwegian white paper about MOOCs, and a lot of people around the world and in Norway have some experiences with MOOCs now. But to be honest, there aren't made many MOOCs in Norway, but a lot of Norwegians access MOOCs from other countries. These are kind of the major ICT developments and media that has occurred through these 4 decades. If you would like to read more details about it, you are welcome to read the anecdotes, which is available at the website. You can see at the bottom right side. And I will also say that it is one article at the bottom there, which I have called the University of the Future. And it is a result of a journalist who approached me from the Spanish newspaper El País to ask me about the future of the university. And I sent him an email, which is listed on my website. And that was the basis of an article in a special section of El País in May 2021. Just to finish up, I predicted that the University of the Futures would use streaming education, micro guest lectures, Spotify for textbooks, learning analytics, big data. It should be cost effective, have more transparent universities. I say that online education is good for the environment. We need, and we will get improved translation services. There will be a lot of badges, micro-credentials, and blockchains. Open and distance education will unfortunately become less flexible as mainstream education becomes more flexible. And of course, if I had written this today, I would have included one section about artificial and intelligent and ChatGPT, for example. And that's it. You can contact me through LinkedIn if you like, or use the hashtags to search for my Facebook pages and see if you find something of interest there. And of course, please use whatever you want from my chronicle, which is online and which my plan is to complete before the summer this year. And by that, I have completed my presentation, so thank you very much.
Dear Professor, thank you very much. Thank you.
Gerbiamas profesoriau, dėkojame.
Noriu pakviesti į antrąją konferencijos plenarinę sesiją.
And now I would like to
moderatoriais
invite everyone for a
bus
second plenary
kolegos,
session
Švietimo akademijos darbuotojai,
to be
profesorė
moderated
daktarė Giedrė
by Professor
Kriskienė.
Dr. Giedrė Kriskienė
Šis prašome
and
užimti
Paulius
savo vietas,
Pušys.
mes
So
labai
please take your seats.
nevėluojame.
We are right on schedule.
Taip pat noriu jūs
So we will
pakviesti
swap
tikrai
quickly.
išgerti kavos.
And let me also invite you for a cup of coffee at the same time. So please do not hesitate to move
Pakeisti aplinką.
if you're feeling like it.
Šiek tiek pabendrauti ir po to vėl
And if you want to communicate and then come back here. So thank you once again. And let's move to the second session.
Tai dar kartą sveiki visi ir kaip Ilona sakė, būkite laisvi, naudoti lankstų bendradarbiavimą ir jeigu kas išalkot, užkaskit, jeigu kam reikia pasivaikščiot, pasivaikščiokit, jeigu kas nori paklausti, ką aš labai prašyčiau pasinaudoti galimybės magistrantus prieiti prie mūsų ekspertų, kurie atvyko kontaktiniu būdu ir užduoti jiems klausimus. O pradedam antrą sesiją ir pranešimų pristatys mano kolega
questions. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Povilas Urbšys. Indeed, it is very nice to see you all waiting for the second plenary session. This part will be a little bit different because it will be related with our national problems and national specificities. All of you may agree that media literacy is related to the difficulty of providing information to society. Now, Lithuania faces a problem that can be entitled propaganda narratives in Lithuania in the context of the war in Ukraine. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Auksė Usienė. She represents Department of Strategic Communication of the Lithuanian Armed Forces. The floor is yours.
Labą dieną, gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, kaip jau minėjo Auksė Usienė, Lietuvos kariuomenės strateginės komunikacijos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Auksė Usienė, Chief Specialist at the Department of Strategic Communication of the Lithuanian Armed Forces.
Tai daugiausia buvo kalbama apie
In the
teorinius
first
tam tikrus
part
dalykus, galbūt
of the
praktinius ir
conference,
iššūkius,
we talked about the theoretical problems and challenges. My presentation will be an introduction into the Lithuanian problems that has been identified by the Lithuanian Armed Forces and its Strategic Communication Department. We started public discussions about media literacy, about the need of critical thinking and understanding, the freedom of the internet as well as the dangers. We could talk a lot about propaganda, fake news and lies, but I hope that you all understand this because this understanding is probably much higher in academic environment. I think that each university provides different types of learning. I am a historian by profession, and I always knew what propaganda was. Propaganda, informational war, psychological operations.
This was already known at the end of the 20th century when I was a student. Today I'll present the different narratives and also provide the background of what has happened when the war in Ukraine began. Our Department of Strategic Communications
informacinės, ta propaganda prieš mus kaip valstybę, prieš NATO alijansą, prieš Europos Sąjungą, prieš turbūt visą civilizuotą vakarų pasaulį, kad vykdo informacinės atakas, tai mes pradėjome apie tai kalbėti.
Analyzes and started talking about the propaganda issues as of 2011, and the discussions intensified in 2014 when the war in Donbass began. The full-scale war is going on now, however, it all started in 2014. And for society, for people, it was quite easy to speak about it. The military elite knew about the threats. We have identified the main informational campaigns, including defense, the protection of constitutional background, culture, education, history, social protection. It is worth noting that whenever an important event happens in a state, for example, the pandemics in 2020 or when the war began in 2022, all of these targets remain, however, they are seen in the context of this large problem. In terms of defense, NATO, social protection, energy protection, all of these things were interlinked. All of you know about different restrictions and about different statements that NATO is going to collapse. And now the majority of narratives are related with the topic of war in Ukraine. The defense sector is targeted a lot. One of the main subjects in terms of defense is related to the defense and assistance to defense. For example, the defense of constitutional situation is also used that Lithuania is Russophobic, Nazist or fascist state. And this is how the situation looked like last year and which narratives were used. When preparing for the war, Russia intensified its activities. And we took note of what was related to Lithuania or against it. What Russia has said about Lithuania as a NATO member. Here you see the unique information cases. This is a definition of this unique information case. I would like to draw your attention to these numbers that are presented in different colors. 2 months before the start of the war in Ukraine, we saw about over 500 cases against Lithuania. Regarding this unique information case, while I will say that it is a primary, factual, original or other instance of dissemination of information which displays the characteristics of disinformation, manipulation, misleading information, or other deceptive techniques. Shares of unique cases on other information channels or social networks are not counted. So the effect of shares should also be taken into account when assessing audience reach and the effect it has on people. If we had taken into account these things, then the numbers of unique informational cases would probably be multiplied by dozens. As I have mentioned, we noted over 500 cases and then almost 600 cases in January, just before the war. The Lithuanian Armed Forces detects about 90-95% of all the narratives directed against the state of Lithuania.
Unikaliuose atvejuose nukreipta prieš mus. Ir staiga kritimas vasario mėnesį karas prasideda, tai labai natūralu, todėl kad visas dėmesys Rusijos Kremliaus kontroliuojamos medijos, pirmiausia, aišku, Ukrainai, kad tuo metu netgi nemažai kanalų
acted differently, and you probably remember about the Western hackers attacking the different media channels of Russia. There we had cyber non-kinetic aspect, and for about 3 months we observed the drop in the number of cases, and then in May there was also a rapid rise. This rapid rise was related to the Seimas resolution on Russia's actions in Ukraine, that Russia is terrorism supporting and a state that performs genocide against Ukrainians. And then we had a consistent growth in these cases in May, June, July, and August. When we look at the trends, we see that in summer is the period of time that is relatively quieter, but since the European Union began introducing sanctions and providing assistance to Ukraine, Lithuania, in most of the cases, was the initiator of these sanctions.
Dar pavasarį priimta sprendimą, kad
there was a decision to limit transport in late spring, and then in early summer the decisions were taken on the limitation of transit. This period of time we had a huge informational attacks and threats to Lithuania, and then we see 505 cases in August that were related to the transit matters to Kaliningrad region. And then at this time there was yet another proposal by Lithuania. Other countries also proposed sanctions for the Russian citizens with Schengen visas not to be allowed into the European Union. On the scale of the EU, this was not adopted. However, Lithuania and a few other countries introduced these sanctions on the national scales, which were followed by a huge surge in informational attacks, different disinformation, different manipulations and misleading information. And then we see the reduction of these cases in September until December, and this was related with partial mobilization announced in Russia. Russia's propagandists and the Kremlin representatives who were talking about the Baltic countries as fascists and non-democratic representatives, they needed to support the war in Ukraine and increase mobilization. Therefore, therefore they directed all their human resources towards Russian citizens. This was the situation last year. Here we see the first narratives observed, the main narratives.
Reikia pažymėti turbūt, kad apskritai mes naratyvų tuose produktuose mums sukūriamuose arba mums transliuojamuose kiekvieną mėnesį virš 50.
We detect over 50 of them each month, and last year one of the main narratives was that NATO is an aggressive alliance, that Lithuania is not democratic, aggressive, narcissist and Russophobic state. NATO member states such as Lithuania and Poland have borders with Russia, and Lithuania and Poland were told
kažkokios net ir pratybos vykstančios karinės ar kažkas, tai būdavo laikoma, kad NATO provokuoja tokiu būdu Rusiją ir Baltarusiją.
And different military exercises by NATO were considered provoking actions.
Visais atžvilgiais čia, bet kokius rodiklius paimtumėm, reiškia dėl to, kad teikiam pagalbą Ukrainai, dėl to, kad didinam gynybos biudžetą.
We may take any indicator such as assistance to Ukraine or increase in our budget to assist Ukraine, and Lithuania is dedicating about 2.5 of its GDP to defense, and therefore Lithuania is called socially failed state because we disregard the social needs of our citizens while directing our assets towards defense. Lithuania is called narcissist, Russophobic, not representing people's opinions. People would like to have a different type of state, therefore Lithuania is considered a failed state. And then it is being said that NATO is a threat to the Lithuanian national security and sovereignty.
Taip pat esam nereikšminga valstybė.
We are also insignificant state.
Reiškia Briuselio, Vašingtono vasalė Lietuva.
We are the servants of Brussels or Washington, unable to take independent decisions, neither in its foreign policy nor defense policy. Somebody dictates their requirements, and whenever Lithuania was suggesting to introduce EU-scale sanctions, Russia tried to show that Lithuania was such a small and insignificant state. And the Russian word that was used was related to the people who do not grow up, who are small. So, according to Russia, whenever we were initiating something, it was just because somebody was telling us to do that. The main topics included NATO, Russia's relations, Lithuania's and NATO's assistance to Ukraine, as well as Lithuanian and Russian relations were among the topics. We see that the main topics, the two main topics were related to war. Last year, defense sector was targeted, and these informational cases were related to defense. 25% related to defense and 13% related to constitutional affairs.
Ir dar reikėtų pažymėti, kad informacinis aktyvumas su Kremlium susijusių portalų išliko
information-related activity by Kremlin was on the same level as in 2021. In 2021, there were over 5,000 cases, 5,031.
Sakydami, kad vieno
sometimes we joke by saying
nuolat rašydavo būtent Lietuvai Baltijos
there was
šalims.
one propagandist
from
Kaliningrad, so he went to take part in the war and he died in summer. He produced a lot of informational cases. However, the number of these informational cases went down because of the Russia's mobilization. Here we see the defense capabilities, which were also targeted among other things. In 2017, 18 and 2019, as well as in 2020, we observe a rise, a very similar rise.
Mes fiksuojam daug naratyvų kiekvieną mėnesį, virš 50 kažkokių kartais atsiranda nauji, kartais labai ištraukiami ir sakykime pradedami, bet šitus, kuriuos jūs matote, aš irgi paskaitysiu, kas galbūt angliškai, jeigu klauso anglų kalbą.
And if somebody's listening in English, I can say that, for example, Lithuania, they say that Lithuania has no right to exist as a state, that European Union provokes Russia, that NATO and Lithuania sends old, outdated military equipment to Ukraine, Lithuania pushes NATO into war, Lithuania performs US requirements and is a servant of the US. Lithuania
Lietuva neteks savo teritorijų dėl Kaliningrado blokados. NATO militarizuoja Baltijos šalis,
American and the British against the
Rusijos kariuomenė kariauja su NATO.
The blockade of Kaliningrad
NATO
is the real
casus belli.
Lithuania will lose its territory because of the blockade of Kaliningrad. NATO militarizes the Baltic states based on the war in Ukraine. All of these narratives are rather new and they were created last year.
Bet jie tokie būdavo, jeigu žiūrėti iki metų, jie tokie būdavo vis tiek, tų naratyvų apie 50 ir jie tokie
vienas aktyvesnis, kita kitas, each month, and sometimes different narratives were prevailing depending on what was going on politically. Certain narratives also depended on different national holidays and events. During the public holidays we observed the narratives that Lithuania was not independent, that Lithuania was a failed state, that Lithuania was a project developed by the West, that Lithuania left the Soviet Union illegally, that there was no occupation. And for example, on the 6th of July, on the day of Lithuania's statehood, Russia used the narrative that the Lithuanian state was Russian or Belarusian, that the real ancestors are Belarus. Some narratives appear, others go away, but the majority of them appeared in the context of war in Ukraine. Relating, as far as the territory of Lithuania goes, Russians like to say that Vilnius is the real capital of Belarus, that Belarus is the real kind of owner of the Vilnius region. The blockade of the Kaliningrad region, this term was coined by the Kremlin because we were calling them the Kaliningrad transit matters.
However, we were accused of Russia of carrying out blockade of Kaliningrad. In the context of mobilization, Russia used to say that it is NATO that leads the war. And that's how Kremlin explained the need for mobilization, that NATO was carrying out war in Ukraine, that there were mercenary soldiers sent to Ukraine from Poland and from Lithuania. So they were saying that Lithuania was sending its troops, however, hiding this. The approaching of NATO to the borders of Russia was also considered as a provocation. As for NATO troops and equipment, as well as the training of Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine, all of this was treated as something increasing the possibility of provocations. We were also intimidated by a nuclear war, even when discussing the transit matters. We were threatened with the Third World War. Now, out of all of this, I can draw the following conclusions. This was aimed at reducing Lithuanian statehood. It was aimed at dividing the Lithuanian society and encouraging the mood of disappointment, fear, panic, and distrust in the state and the army. I would also like to add that assistance to Ukraine was also considered as a narrative that Ukrainians are going to strip Lithuania of its nationality, that Ukrainians will dominate over Lithuania, that these people are thieves, bandits, alcoholics, that women will lure our husbands and separate families. So there were attempts made to raise mistrust with the refugees from Ukraine and Ukraine as a state. The idea was to divide the society, for it to make pressure to the politicians not to provide assistance to Ukraine. As I have already mentioned, there were new narratives related to NATO, to Lithuania's membership in NATO, and Russia's rhetoric became more aggressive towards Lithuania. Lithuania was blackmailed and threatened with military nuclear war. These narratives were targeted to the Western society or the Western civilization. As I have already mentioned, in 2022, the situation was almost the same as in 2021. We think that the level of the narratives will remain more or less the same. However, it may increase in the future. And in the future, we may face not only the informational attacks, but also the hybrid attacks with breaking into different portals of Lithuania and placing different fake news there. And the rhetoric itself may be very sharp. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you managed to understand the general picture of what we face as a state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Usienė, for bringing us up to date about the context. Well, We do believe that computer literacy, information literacy should correspond to the current challenges. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Auksė Balčytienė, as well as Professor Dr. Kristina Juraitė from Vytautas Magnus University. They're going to speak on the topic of digital platforms and informed citizens, information verification as a digital media education intervention and its pedagogical implications.
Mes negirdime jūsų.
We can't hear you, unfortunately.
Sveiki, laba diena, atsiprašau.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize. Can you hear us now? Yes, we do.
Ačiū, o
We can
sakykite,
hear
ar
you.
viskas gerai, jeigu mes anglų kalba?
Is it
Nes
okay if
kitaip
we're going to
šnekėjome.
speak
Nes
English?
truputį
Because
suabejojom prieš tai
that was what we
prelegentas
had
išklausė
agreed on.
Ar galite skaidrės išplėsti jau?
Could you show the slide
Viskas
in
gerai?
the
Ir anglų kalba.
presentation regime? So if it is agreed, we're going to speak English. Yes,
Okay,
it's
dear
okay.
colleagues, thank you very much. It's indeed a great pleasure for us to be here. I'm Auksė Balčytienė and my colleague Kristina Juraitė. We have this joint presentation. So the focus for our presentation is on information verification. And we look at this strategy as a digital media education intervention, and we will talk about its pedagogical implications. The outline for our presentation is here. We have 5 points in our discussion. First of all, we would strongly stress the context of disruptions. In the previous presentation, we've just heard about the facts, about the narratives and the exposures of disinformation that we are confronted with. So these are facts, and actually we know the narratives. But in our presentation and the approach that we are advocating here, we take a step either forward or sometimes backsides or side backs. And we'll try to look and to try to answer the question, so what's next? We know what disinformation is. We know how it evolves. We calculate, we count it. But what do we do with that all knowledge? So that's the main focus of our presentation. So first point is that we live in times of disruptions, multiple disruptions. And among these multiple disruptions, it's not only different kinds of disasters, but most importantly, it's information disruptions. And of course, disinformation, different information manipulations and disturbances. That's the focus of our attention. So in times of information disruptions, reliable and accurate knowledge is vital. For us to feel safe, to feel secure, we need facts and data. We need to know what's happening. So as we've heard, we know what's happening, but do we feel empowered? Do we know what to do with that? So hence, we advocate that we need some specific instruments. We need some specific structures and infrastructures, that pedagogical interventions, that media and professional journalism can give us as a tools, as instruments that can help us to build resilience. So we are looking forward and we are trying to find the ways how we could develop and how we could assist in the process of development of informed and resilient citizenship. And very briefly, we will introduce you to a methodology that we applied on the basis of 2 projects. These are kind of 2 pillars where we stand. It's a project of Digiris, which is focusing on collaborative partnerships building towards digital resilience development. And the other pillar is IREX project on media literacy in the Baltics. So we combined these 2 initiatives and we've developed a module, and we will introduce you to that module. Very briefly, the module that we are applying has a conceptual framework. So it's not only an idea that we need to teach information verification. We need to teach specific fact-checking techniques. It's not only that. We have a specific conceptual framework which stands again on 2 pillars. We look at structural affordances. That's the diagram in the upper section of this PowerPoint slide. So we have structural affordances, and these structural affordances is kind of information support mechanisms that are provided by classical news media, by professional journalism, by fact checkers. So they give us tools. We go there, we go to professional news media and we check information. We observe that. We know what's happening and we know how to assess it. So kind of media and professional journalism is helping us. It's giving us a helping hand. On the other hand, we have agency here. It's our own engagement and our own motivation, our awareness, our knowledge about media. So those two structure and agency elements combined into one, they help us and they assist in building of resilience. Then we advocate that the idea of resilience is crucially significant when we are talking about sustainability of democracy, sustainability of development and growth. So resilience kind of expands. We become resilient. We are not born with a mechanism of resilience. Certainly, we are born with a specific mechanism of resilience. But as we live, as we progress, we need to develop and we need to build resilience. Hence, resilience building, it's a lifelong learning process. So hence, we move forward. Christina, please step in.
When addressing civic agency or communicative agency, which is very much needed in the times of information disruptions, in the times of manipulations, propaganda, and different kinds of narratives and harmful content being around us as users. We are looking also at the situation of media users. And here we illustrate our observations with Eurobarometer and Eurostat survey results, which show that, especially in the younger generation, but in general, the use of social media as the main source of information is growing, despite that people rely on public service channels, for instance. The exposure to social media and to the information disseminated via social networks is challenging, is increasing, and it requires, again, awareness, critical thinking, and understanding. So how social networks, how social platform logic works, and what are the implications of these algorithms involved in digital public sphere. So the threatening aspect here, which we included in the illustration, is that there is quite a high understanding and concern of disinformation flows in the social media environment, but the verification practices, fact-checking practices are very, very minimal. And the Eurostat data show that only 1 in 10 media users in Lithuania are practicing verification methods. Very similar data was obtained also in the pilot study we conducted last year in spring. And again, we see that knowledge of possible tools and possible ways to discern information are minimal.
So to put things into practical order, here we will introduce you to a teaching model that we have applied. Before I go deeper into the structure of that teaching model, it's important to mention some facts. So we had a team of DGRS collaborators and co-producers who developed that module. I didn't mention before when I talked about this idea of resilience. One of the critical elements in resilience development, it's a support mechanism network. So it's not one mentor, but it kind of a network of stakeholders are needed to develop an understanding of such a complex issue as resilience building, but also disinformation itself. It's a problem, it's a complex problem which cannot be understood just, looking from one disciplinary perspective. So we strongly stress that for the future, trainings, teachings, collaborative partnerships are essential. So with DigiRes, we were working as a team between professors, scholars, researchers, fact-checkers, media educators, journalists. So that was a team of experts. You can see that we have had altogether close to 10 persons, 10 teachers working. Module 12-hour sessions that were focused on different topical lectures. We had lectures, so we wanted students to get familiar with the topic of disinformation as such, how people get, infected, if we can say so, how people become manipulated, and what kind of psychological instruments are there in our brains. We had the specifically focused hours for fact training and specific tools introduction on fact-checking tasks. We trained 89 students, and the idea was that those students would become not only teachers, but they would become advocates, and they developed themselves specific lessons that they tested with high school students. And we trained over 550 high school students in fact-checking. But what's specific that among the interventions, among the lectures, discussions, reflections, surveys that our students completed, exercises that we have fulfilled, an important element is that we have tried not to confuse students, youngsters, with complex tools and instruments which fact-checkers use, but we presented a methodology of how to read and how to verify information online in web. And that method, it's actually not our original, but that has been developed by Stanford University, and it's called lateral reading. So it has a specific technology that allows or invites the reader to question step by step, what do they see online, to check actors, places, names, all the detailed factual information by opening new tabs on the windows. And sometimes we know when fact checkers work, they work with sometimes 60, 80 those tabs open. So that kind of extends our view. It gives a kind of a broad horizontal view. And this is a lateral reading. By that, we are expanding our view, and we are not reading from kind of vertically, from top down, as we were taught at school when we were young children. Here is a questionnaire that our students have fulfilled, and what do we see from that questionnaire? Maybe you can say a few words, Kristina.
Just very briefly, we indeed used media education assessment tool, surveys and reflections for students and high school students too. And we compared their perceptions of the information environment, of journalism, and the role of journalism in kind of a disruptive environment of information. So what we see is that students who study communications, who already had awareness of the role of media and the role of quality information, especially journalism, this group of students is a little bit more favorite or in favor of quality journalism, and they are more concerned with the challenges of social media environment. They are more concerned about the disinformation. So what we take it as a lesson is that not only critical thinking, but knowledge specific knowledge of media and journalism is particularly important for nowadays media user, not only young generation, but also seniors.
So that's a brief quote from a student, how they enjoyed this lateral reading method. We are showing here some examples how students had to fact check from some pieces of information. In the end, we've developed a media literacy toolkit with lectures, kind of content, and also some exercises. We do have short videos. All these are available on digiras.lt website, publicly accessible and with invitation to use and apply in different training sessions. But to conclude, this is our final PowerPoint slide. So yeah, maybe Kristina, you would like to say a few words and I will conclude then.
I think it was very nice to hear to the previous presenter about the challenges which are really growing, and we all are living in the very much confused information environment. So in this kind of environment, we have to think of how to empower our citizens to be resilient, to be aware of the challenges, and media education, digital media education tools, and this very specific module we developed, information verification module, and initiative, educational intervention can be very useful, can be very beneficial to different age groups of media users, including high school students, including university community, also professionals which have been challenged with disruptive information environment, for instance, health communication specialists, and we had trainings provided for them and with very high attendance. So inclusive approach and systemic approach to media education is needed when media and information is of strategic importance.
I just say a few final sentences, even though there on the first paragraph, we say that participation relationships building becomes the responsibility of the audience. Even though we say that, we do not mean and we do not really want to stress that we have to put all responsibility on the audience. It's not a good way. We see this tendency that we need to promote media education, media literacy, and we as readers, as media users, have to be engaged. The responsibility needs to be shared. So we need to have these constructive, very functional structures and infrastructures. Responsibility of news media and journalism comes in here. Responsibility of education comes in here as well. And of course, then, only then, a user has this mentorship, assistance from news media, from journalists. Then the user has assistance from professional media educators. Then only we can hope that resilient citizenship will be built and we will advance as sustainable democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Didelis ačiū Jums už tokį išsamų pranešimą. Ir gerbiamas profesorius mums priminė, jog visuomenės informavimo atsparumui yra labai svarbu sukurti mentorių tinklą. Kultūros ministerijos iniciatyva, toks mentorių tinklas buvo sukurtas bibliotekose ir dabar mes irgi išgirsime pranešimą apie medijų ir informacinio raštingumo kompetencijų ugdymą būtent bibliotekose, kurį parengė Lietuvos nacionalinės Martyno Mažvydos bibliotekos atstovė gerbiama Alma Masevičienė ir taip pat Panevėžio apskrities Gabrielės Petkevičaitės bitės viešosios bibliotekos atstovė Greta Kevelaitienė. Tai prašau.
Labadiena. Visų pirma, norėčiau padėkoti už galimybę tikrai šitoje plačioje auditorijoje pristatyti Lietuvos viešųjų bibliotekų veiklas šioje srityje. Tai aš Alma, mano kolegė Greta. Tai labai trumpai pradėti norėčiau nuo informacijos apie patį Lietuvos viešųjų bibliotekų tinklą. Tai kaip matote, žemėlapio tikrai Lietuvos viešosios bibliotekos padengia visą Lietuvos teritoriją ir pasiekia didžiąją dalį Lietuvos visuomenės. Tai mūsų bibliotekų tinklą sudaro nacionalinė biblioteka, 5
public libraries of the counties and 60 municipal public libraries that have about 1,000 departments in different towns and villages. This is the information from December 2022. I would also like to share with you a new study performed by Kantara, and this is the study of the library visitors. And here we see the assessment of library services, which is very good. The average is 9.5. And we see another indicator, that is Net Promoter Score, which is also very high. It reaches 88%. These results are very nice to see, and they also require from us to continue providing excellent services and meeting our visitors' needs. Since the study is very new, we do not have all the indicators generalized. However, we can say that 73% of the participants of the study say that the consulting and information search is among the most important services provided by libraries. The Minister of Culture has already touched upon this presentation. I would also like to mention another survey related to the same survey of 2017. We see the same trends. The culture sector and the education sector works well, and its results are visible. Lithuanian people have become more sensitive to different inaccuracies. They easily notice fake news. It is also important to note that a lot of people understand that they may be challenged in court for providing certain information online. The majority of the participants of this study note that information is provided in different sources of information. According to one of the presenters, context is very important. The development of media and information literacy in libraries is not new. Libraries have been operating in this area for a long time. Libraries were very active in information literacy. The infrastructure and the hardware of public libraries was updated. However, we were also focusing on information literacy and not only teaching people to use the new technologies, but we were also involved in critical thinking and information literacy. These activities were carried out in parallel with the
updating of different facilities and hardware. For a number of people working at the libraries, this area was rather new. We were learning and raising our qualification abroad. For example, the National Library carried out a project during which the library employees went to the Netherlands. They attended different activities there and learned from experience. The result was the Media and Information Development Strategy developed. This strategy has been successfully implemented. Yet another project that was very typical to public libraries was entitled The Changing Media World, the responsible information user. The target group included elderly people and more vulnerable groups. The aim was to develop critical and analytical understanding of media products, paying attention to disinformation and propaganda, as well as other matters related to media literacy. Librarians and library uniting organizations, for example, Lithuanian Librarians Association, in cooperation with IFLA, which is the world-level organization uniting libraries and librarians, as well as the organization Tactical Tech. They brought an exhibition into Lithuania. The exhibition was entitled Glass Room. It was taken to 3 different libraries of Lithuania. And this exhibition was dedicated to social networks and the internet, how it changed our habits of using information. And these examples are among the first aimed at analyzing deepfake. We had a leaflet and different steps on measuring the time spent on screen. The Minister of Culture, together with the participants of the program Kurk Lietuvai, Create for Lithuania, analyzed the situation of information literacy in Lithuania and looked into different initiatives. These initiatives were rather solitary and not ensuring their continuity. The public consultations were carried out with media and information literacy education specialists. A selective model was established and recommendations for implementing education program were developed. In the consequence,
strateginio veiklos plano priemonės vykdyti gyventojų medijų ir informacinio raštingumo kompetencijų ugdymo veiklas bibliotekose.
There was a plan for developing media and information literacy programs in 2023 and 2024, and in the beginning of 2023, a librarian expert group was developed that developed a plan of measures. 100,000 euros was dedicated to the implementation of this plan. Now I will pass over to my colleague.
Sveiki, aš esu Greta.
Good afternoon, my name is Greta. I am from Lithuanian town Panevėžys. Last year and this year, I was a coordinator of the Media and Information Literacy Week, including other soft activities in the libraries. This year was an excellent time to understand our role in this area and how librarians will become ambassadors in this area and reach the most remote parts of Lithuania. This is our logo, allowing us to move over into other areas. This trademark might seem a little bit controversial, however, we would like everyone to see it and understand that it means media information literacy. This abbreviation, this logo and this topic is Lithuania's is part of strategic agendas of different ministries of Lithuania. We have organized a very important event for our community, and this was the Global Week of Media Literacy that was held on the last week of October. We had a group of adults that was in a hurry, that they were mostly reading the headlines, and this is how they were influencing the values of their children. We were trying to understand our main user of media. And for example, if a dad takes his child to kind of activity, then we would like to, while this dad waits for his child, we would like to reach to him and provide the information on media literacy. This week was marked by a number of friendships, and it is really nice to see some of the partners here today and to speak about the UNESCO's week to be held this year. The UNESCO Commission has helped us a lot. We had 11 events viewed by over 5,000 people. We had different reading promotion campaigns, communication campaigns, escape rooms, that involved about 1 million users. We had different platforms for librarians and for visitors to find information on what was going on at different libraries. It was really nice that we managed to publish such a game that is called A Populist. Now it is possible to find this game at each public library. We have an updated edition for people with reading disabilities. This version of the game will also be available at the public libraries. As it has been mentioned, we have Media Information Literacy Development Program. This program is aimed at all of us. It will be accessible not only to library specialists, but to all the partners who are interested. It is important to say that it is of 350 pages. Indeed, there's an information that is in almost 400 pages. This information is related to different areas.
ateiti lankytojas.
It involves
tai yra
not
sritis, kurias mes norim
only
įtraukti medijų
the
informacinį
training,
raštingumą,
but
tai yra
all
edukacijos,
the
įvairius
areas
kompiuterinio
that we
raštingumo
want to
mokymai,
include
renginiai,
media
parodos
literacy,
ir įvairūs formatai,
different
kuriuose
events, different
galima
expositions,
būtų
and different
pristatyti ir
other
kalbėti
formats
apie šią
in which
sritį.
we can
Ir
present and
labai
speak
svarbu yra
about
tai,
this
kad yra
area.
pritaikyta
It is very important
negalintiems
that it is
skaityti
adjusted
įprastai
to
spausdinto
the
teksto.
people with reading
Ir
disability.
tai pagelbėjo mums padaryti Lietuvos audiosensorinė biblioteka,
Lithuanian
kuri lygiai
Audiosensoric
taip pat ves
Library
mokymus gyventojams. Ir kalbant apie pačią metodiką, tai pačiame faile yra jis išdėstytas taip, kad būtų pilnai pritaikytas asmenims besinaudojantiems balso sintezės programomis, tai yra neregiams, silpnaregiams, turintiems skaitymo sutrikimus, nes sutvarkytos ir tinkamai pateiktos antraštės lygmenys jų leidžia labai paprastai naviguoti po turinį, aprašytos visos iliustracijos, grafikai, paveikslėliai, taip, kad jos galėtų suvokti ir visiškai nematantys žmonės. Tekstas išdėstytas taip, kad jį būtų lengva ir patogu skaityti, naudojantis balso sintezės programinę įrangą.
And it is all adjusted to the media synthesis
pateikiamos
program.
Žmonėms, kurie ves programas, tai yra įvairios skaidrės ir kiti failai, tai pasirinktas didesnis ir lengviau skaitomas šriftas, paveikslėliai pateikti taip, kad būtų įmanoma kuo aiškiau, kuo patogiau jaustis ir silpniau matantiems dalyviams ir tikrai tai nebūtinai silpnaregiai. Skaidrės yra atsparesnės prastam projektoriui ir atvejams, kai į projektuojamą vaizdinį šviečia saulė. Apie viską yra pagalvota šioje programoje. Ir pavyzdžiui, kaip noriu parodyti, kaip yra
meteorological situations.
Aprašas paveikslėlio.
We have thought about everything. This is the description of a picture.
Lyg ir nesimato žmonėm, kurie bando pristatyti
people
šią skaidrę,
who want to present the slides
balso sintezatoriais šį aprašą
do not see this description. However, the people who use voice synthesis will be able to read this text and understand the picture. The internet does not know that you are a dog and provides all types of possibilities to use the information. We have different programs, video recording, slides, presentations, and this program will reach the residents of Lithuania. In autumn, librarians will become ambassadors, specialists, and they will be able to share their knowledge and experience with visitors. These are all major activities. However, we have a number of small other projects that are being implemented in the Lithuanian public libraries. We plan to develop this network, thus contributing to cyber resistance of Lithuania. Thank you.
Dėkojame Jums, tikrai buvo įdomu sužinoti.
Thank you indeed. It was very interesting to learn about the activities you carry out in libraries, and you have convinced us that libraries have become centers of media literacy. So I hope that we will make use of this information and that we will make use of the libraries. In the previous presentations, we already heard that quality of media literacy is closely interrelated to the patriotism and civic education. So I believe that the representative of the Riflemen Union are placed best to tell us about civic education and civic awareness and patriotism. Therefore, I'm very happy to give the floor to Gertrūda Šitkauskaitė from the Lithuanian Riflemen Union, who is going to speak about literacy and the process of civic and patriotic youth education. First and foremost, I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers of the conference for inviting me to be with you today. I'm very happy to see that civic education is very important in this conference. Most often in such conferences, we talk about young riflemen and about their education. We talk about young people, about school-age riflemen.
Kalbame ir apie suaugusius šaulius.
We often talk about adult riflemen, but today I just looked at the audience, I looked at the concept of the conference. I want to speak about a more specific part of work of our organization, and this will be the students' riflemen and the corporation SAIA. SAIA is the corporation that brings together students who are riflemen, union members. And I will also talk about the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union so that you could understand what it deals with. We often like to stress that the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union is an organization that is very strong in its origins. We often repeat that the concept of one family predominates in the organization, which means that members, people from the age of 11 can become members of this organization, and we also invite elderly people to join our organization. Probably for those who know the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, or who at least are familiar with the history of the union, is aware of the fact that its founder is Vladas Putvinskis. It is also symbolic that in Vytautas Magnus University there was also a small students' corporation that was led by the daughter of Vladas Putvinskis. You can see her in the middle of the photograph. Although almost 90 years have passed since the photo was taken, Emilia Putvinskytė brought together a lot of many people. I'm very happy that we still follow many traditions that were alive 90 years ago. We also have similar caps in our organization. But as I have mentioned, 90 years have already passed, but today's students speak publicly about the information space. They engage in raising awareness among the public. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that knowledge and information is different from that was prevailing back in, let's say, 1930s or 1940s. The information environment has changed greatly. We pay a lot of attention to media literacy. We are members of society. We face with major challenges. Therefore, we have to pay more attention to various threats of the information as well as many other things. For those, again, who are interested in the activities of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, also know that one of the most active part of the organization is young riflemen. They are very patriotic. We are raising the present generation and as well as the future generation. We provide them with a certain base of knowledge and abilities. Maybe they will choose to build their career and life not only in the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union but also in professional military services, or will seek their career in alternative fields. We Tai yra trumpas kursas, kurio metu kandidatai supažindinami su pačia organizacija, jos veikla ir ko bus mokomi. Po šio kurso nusprendė tapti jaunaisiais šauliais, duodamas iškilmingas jauno šaulio pasižadėjimas. Tai yra ceremonija, kurios metu oficialiai prasideda kelias organizacijoje. Ir vykdome aktyvių pakopų programos principų. Ir nuo pirmos iki kitos pakopos young riflemen have the opportunity to study in accordance with a 4-stage program. According to their acquired knowledge and competences, they have to perform their theoretical tests, practical tests. Their abilities are assessed, and if they meet the requirements, the rifleman receives a proof or a certificate, and then he becomes, let's say, a member of the second tier. So these trainings help our young riflemen gain additional skills to know their strengths and perhaps to try out areas of interest for their future activities. So, after a man or a woman reaches the age of 18 and graduates secondary school, they have to think of what they could do next. So the young rifleman who wishes and can continue his activities in the Union as an adult rifleman swears to the Republic of Lithuania at a solemn ceremony and can continue his activities as an adult rifleman. So a person having graduated, for example, from a secondary school can probably either choose to enroll into some higher education institution or maybe not to rush to think, let's say, more precisely of what he or she wants to do in the future and become, let's say, students in the Riflemen's Union. Some will move to major cities and will very rarely return to their small towns and participate less in the activities of the Riflemen Union. But to engage, to bring those people back into the activities of the Lithuanian Riflemen Union, we established SAIA, as I have mentioned, the corporation of Lithuanian students who are riflemen. So we already have people who belong to various professions, including teachers, lawyers, military officers, historians, and countless others. But in the wake of the events of recent years and the consequences of those events, we felt a duty to inform and educate the public. In recent years, we see that the number we have increasingly more people who are interested in our activities. Since we are riflemen, we want to communicate on a wide range of topics focused on the riflemen audience. And indeed, the topics of communication for at least 1.5 years have been very diverse. We've used very different channels of communication, both in Instagram and Facebook, to reach our audience. We organized our activities on the YouTube channel. We have also not forgotten the traditional ways, which means that we continue to publish the Lithuanian Riflemen Union magazine Trimitas. Let me briefly introduce to you the magazine Trimitas. So, Trimitas was published more than 100 years ago. It is well known to members of the Riflemen's Union community of all ages. It provides reliable information. It is available both in a modern digital version as well as in the physical paper format. The corporation has its own column in the magazine where it publishes articles on a wide range of topics, from important historical facts, celebrations, to, let's say, texts about today's events and related fields. For a while, this communication channel was slightly abandoned, but since the end of 2021, students started publishing articles in the magazine again. Among the articles written since, the texts usually deal with, let's say, the professional experience of members of the SAIA themselves, or let's say their friends who have gained experience in let's say, other fields.
Rubrika Saja pataria.
We also have a column where Saja advises. We have a group of enthusiasts, so we wanted to raise awareness within our society.
Kryptingai atstovauja SAI, Lietuvos Šaulių sąjungos mokymų ir nekinetinių operacijų centro organizuojamuose renginiuose, mokymuose.
We participate in various trainings organized by the Lithuanian Non-Kinetic Operations Center. We have chosen very interesting topics because at the beginning of the physical war in Ukraine, the information war reached its very active stage. There was a lot of information from Russia, Ukraine, and other information fields, and our society began to constantly and actively follow every piece of news. Such situations provide a good basis for creating and spreading fake news, which often overshadow realities, reliable news, which mislead users, which cause doubt in reality and distrust of Lithuanian and foreign authorities. So we started with the basic principles as to how to prevent misinterpretation, how to share, what to do with an unreliable information, how to evaluate propaganda content, how to identify the sources of such content. We stress that the propaganda content applies sensitive human emotions and aims to provoke reckless actions. The consumer is encouraged to connect to the opinion by highlighting its mass nature, by writing, let's say, such phrases as all agree that, or we all think. So we have been encouraged to draw attention to the source. Visually provided information is a very important part. Sometimes it is even more important than the text itself, especially on the media like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and elsewhere. First of all, people pay their attention and focus on visual information. Therefore, we should check where the image relates to the text presented. Does it reflect the event? So we always advise people to check the visual reliability of respective platforms. When checking the sources of dissemination of information, we encourage people to look at the competencies of the author on, let's say, the subject of the article. We encourage them to check whether the information is not distorted. Perhaps the author relies on any official data, does not rely on any official data or research. Maybe the information is disseminated on behalf of some organization. Then one has to check whether such an organization really exists. We had a project called How to Learn to Defend Your Homeland. It's a joint project which has been going on for quite a few years, with some breaks since 2014. Kaunas Technological University Student Corporation started organizing the event because they wanted to acquire certain knowledge, but they wanted not only to learn but also to have fun. So the project was carried on also in 2022. 5 corporations contributed to the project. We were one of the corporations. So first we organized various lectures, and students, riflemen, organized 2 lectures with competent experts. One lecture was on civic resistance and on civic resistance capabilities capabilities as a guarantee, as a major guarantee of security of the country. And we called the retired Colonel Albertas Daugirdas to give this lecture. We also had Davidas Šlekis from Vilnius University, who is also a military expert. We also had Alminas Sinavičius and organized a discussion called Contemporary War, Theory and Practice, Are We Ready for the Future? The meeting was very active because we raised many questions. We tried to find out how much war theory differs from the prevailing practice and whether this leads to success on the battlefield, and whether, based on existing practices, we can predict what red lines will be crossed in the future. Well, of course, we discussed the step of modern warfare in the field of technology and social space. When it comes to education of young riflemen, we believe that education is very important. It is important to train young people who might become one day members of our corporation. We also discussed the news about the situation, the lessons, and other important aspects of the war in Ukraine, in one of the large international camps organized by the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union. During that week, young riflemen and cadets from Plekavičius Cadet Lyceum, also cadet lyceums from Latvia, Estonia, Poland, and two Ukrainian lyceums studied in those international camps. We dedicated one of the lectures to the discussion, and this discussion brought together approximately 150 participants. The discussion was headed by Major Alminas Sinavičius. We also have another important active project, that is the Assembly of Young Riflemen. In recent years, the project has been organized together with the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union headquarters. Many of the assemblies were devoted to the history of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, and we went into the beginning of the very history of the Union. But this time we looked at the new technologies, we looked at the possibilities for civil resistance. We wanted to draw certain lessons from the war in Ukraine. Young riflemen also had an opportunity to listen to the representatives from the Strategic Communication Department. We had a major discussion on the principles how to recognize propaganda. We heard of many examples how propaganda is functioning in real life. The event ended untraditionally. We tried to do some simulation for the young riflemen.
Paskyrėme užduotį sugalvoti ir parengti projektą, kaip būtų galima priešintis šiems neteisėtiems veiksmams, kokių pilietinių veiksmų imtis.
We asked them what specific actions will be undertaken. So with this task, young people learned how to act. They shared their experience on what communication campaign would be very effective in such situations. Now, we also, as a corporation, organized a discussion, the project which took a lot of time, which provided us with even more challenges, but it was a very good first attempt to move those internal discussions into a wider, larger space. We had a discussion on the role of women in paramilitary and military structures in resistance activities. We invited experts
Tai Jonas Oman
we had Jonas Oman, who talked about the women fighting currently in Ukraine. We had Transgrilė Grigaitė, a member of the Riflesmen Union. We also had other members of the Riflemen Union who talked from the historical perspective and provided us with a historical insights.
Tokia kaip ir pozicija. Na ir diskusiją pasidalinome Lietuvos kariuomenės dienos lapkričio 23-osios proga.
Kaip simboliškai norėtume paminėti which is symbolically a day aimed to celebrate the day of the Lithuanian Armed Forces. We invited a lot of experts. It is now available on various platforms, including the YouTube platform, as well as on Spotify. So what then? What will happen? In fact, the Lithuanian Riflesmen Union as an organization is expanding, and if to compare the situation to what was last year, we would see great changes. The number of young riflemen is increasing, the number of adult riflemen is increasing. Šiauliai started organizing special courses for 9th formers, pupils in a secondary school in Šiauliai city. Last year, the Kinetic Operations Center was established in the Lithuanian Riflesmen Union, and it organizes various trainings, and I'm very happy that representatives of the Lithuanian Riflesmen Union are invited to participate in various trainings of cyber security. Our members are also engaged in various activities. They improve their knowledge, and we are very happy to receive invitations to be active and to engage in various activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such an inspiring presentation, sharing your experience and reminding us of historical guidelines. And now I see our expert Kaspars Ruklis, representative of IREX. He will talk about the project of the 3 Baltic states because he was the main coordinator. The floor is yours.
Mano vardu yra Kasparas Ruklis.
Good afternoon, I'm Kaspars Ruklis.
So I will continue in English. And I'm the Senior Program Manager of Media Literacy in the Baltics program by IREX. So that's what I represent here. And just a side note, being a Latvian, I cannot begin to express what an honor it is for me to be speaking at the Lithuanian Parliament today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me. So I will talk a little bit about the media literacy in the Baltics work in general, and especially what we have done in higher education. But to begin with, just a couple of words about what IREX is. It is actually a global development and education organization, or as in Washington, D.C., they would call it a non-profit organization. We do have a goal to make a more just, prosperous, and inclusive world. That is our big goal. But of course, we do a lot of very concrete projects that I'll be speaking a little bit later today. Since 2019, we do have a small office in Riga that also covers Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia as well. We do have a wonderful coordinator in Lithuania by the name of Milda Petkauskaite. So if you have any further questions in Lithuanian, she will be the person to answer. So as I mentioned, IREX is a global organization, so we work in 100 countries all around the world. And this information, as you probably already know, is not only Lithuania's or Latvia's or Estonia's problem, it is a global problem. And this map illustrates a little bit where else besides the Baltic countries IREX is actually working. And also you can look at some of the issues and a very broad spectrum of issues that we are trying to solve with this Learn to Discern curriculum. So in some countries it is building resilience to radicalizations. In times of global pandemics we work also with countering the global infodemics. And then, of course, all of the traditional things that go with media literacy, like building citizens' resilience to disinformation, recognizing and fighting hate speech, understanding information consumption principles in general, and many other things. So the urgency and the global impact of this problem is characterized here. We believe that the digital devices that we're all using practically non-stop, I see some of you actually are using your phones right now as well, are very addictive. And a lot of misinformation actually comes to us through these mobile devices. And it's very easy, they are produced and shared with a touch of a button. And people are not always able to filter this information. They use a lot of emotions and biases when they are engaging with different types of information. These engagements to big tech companies are often translating into shares and likes and also into advertising revenue. I was in a conference in Washington, D.C., and at one of my panels I had a person from TikTok, a former employee of TikTok, and she said, "Oh my God, you would not believe how we actually build our algorithm to create anger and all of the negative emotions." Also, traditional media, as you know, is a little bit on the decline, and they are competing for audience attention and revenues. We are more and more dependent on algorithms, and algorithms are not prioritizing what's in our best interest or in our country's best interest, but they usually prioritize engagement so that we spend more time on these issues and just continue scrolling. And also, access to all of this technology and skills to use it are very simple, but skills to actually discern what is true and what not is not so simple. So we have to learn them, as some of the speakers actually spoke about already before. So a little bit about media literacy in the Baltics. There's some general information. It's a program of the US Department of State administered by us, by IREX. And our broad goal is to help the citizens of the Baltic states to engage critically with media, both online and offline. And we are using this Learn to Discern approach that I showed you a little bit, and also different tools that we have developed. The biggest part of our program is actually working with 12 universities that prepare future communication and education professionals, and it is in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And also Vytautas Magnus is one of our partners, the organizers of this conference. So the problem, we've been speaking about the disinformation as a problem, and it being on the increase in the Baltics, half a day today. The always present Kremlin disinformation in 2020 was suddenly overshadowed by local and international mis and disinformation about COVID-19. Then, a year ago, on February 24, 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine provided yet another set of players impetus to spread hatred and manipulative information, further polarizing communities. And therefore, resilience has become a buzzword, and unfortunately, very few effective strategies and remedies exist to cure it or to counter it. But no one questions the need for it anymore. So some of the issues of this disinformation threat, and also many of these have been already covered today. So this disinformation is polarizing us. I was just in the United States, and oh my God, there are so many polarized views between the conservatives and more liberals, and we see it everywhere. Also here, I was talking to somebody from Anna Lindh Foundation during the break here, and she was telling me that she cannot believe that some of the people living in Lithuania can actually believe some of the things they are saying. So this erodes trust in democratic institutions. We no longer have trust in our presidents, in our parliaments, in our democratic bodies. Also, it threatens the integrity of elections, and it can lead to radicalization, extremism and conflict. Mis and disinformation campaigns also threaten public health, as we just recently witnessed all over the world, and other public policy concerns. And in the digital age, disinformation spreads faster, further, and at a higher volume than information has ever before. And also, professional media that selects trustworthy information no longer controls the production of information. Citizen consumers have become also producers, and we call them prosumers. And the cost of producing this information is close to zero, or is very, very little. So how do we tackle this problem? So this is a little bit how we work. And since our inception in 2019, Media Literacy in the Baltics has been working on developing learning tools for citizen resilience that would be effective for the Baltic context, taking a contextualized approach to each country. It contains gender equality and social inclusion principles that were also mentioned already by one of the speakers earlier, as well as applies rigorous monitoring and evaluation plan. And this strategic approach has included launching citizen trainings on media literacy, as many of the previous speakers have also done, as well as developing efforts at a more institutional level, working with universities and stakeholders to integrate media literacy skills more permanently into higher education curricula. And now I'd like to talk about work with our 12 Baltic universities. Actually, it's 12 universities and 13 projects, because Vytautas Magnus has actually 2 projects that we work with. So we have used 2 intervention approaches in higher education in our programming. First, developing a standalone course, you can see it on the slide, with 9 university partners and entirely paying attention to media literacy skills building. So these were the titles of the courses. Our first round partners were Vilnius University and Vytautas Magnus, Kristina and Aukse, whom you heard from today. And the second approach was integrating media literacy elements transversally into existing study courses with 4 university partners that are currently adopting this approach. So in the first one, with sub-grants and mentoring from IREX, universities developed a specialized course, JEDI, and JEDI in IREX language stands for Journalism in the Era of Disinformation. Our partners quickly realized that not only society at large need new skills to deal with disinformation, as we've been talking about quite a bit today, but even more so, media professionals also need to update their skills. They need entirely new skill sets to master the strategies and tools to deal with various information disorders. We have had cases in the Baltics where not only news reporters, but even whole committees of parliaments get tricked by imposters. The COVID-19 pandemic, when everybody was wearing a mask and interacting via screens, made the work of these fraudulent or manipulative actors even easier. And it all happened on the background of increased polarization, information overload, tech fatigue, and algorithms selecting information for audiences. So our targeted approach to cover all these new phenomena in the classroom for future journalists and communication specialists was very timely. And of course, it's also developing, and we already heard today at the first presentation that artificial intelligence is becoming a really big thing these days. So we are trying to also counter that. So evidence from pre- and post surveys is showing that a designated in-depth media literacy skills course works well with journalism and communication majors. And students who took the course showed significant increase, around 20%, in recognizing disinformation and manipulation in the media content. And of course, being communication students, they already had a very high possibility of recognizing it. Also, 92% of the students that took these courses said that they are ready to share this information and skills with their peers and families. So even though students were learning the skills towards their future profession, they also said that the skills were useful right away and even suitable for sharing with peers, with their friends, with their families, in some cases, and so on. But of course, not everyone studies to become a communication professional and has the time, interest, or stamina to pursue lengthy media literacy studies. Therefore, the integrated approach, media literacy plugins for existing study courses that IREX started applying more recently in the Baltic countries, are currently being tested with teacher training institutes, also Vytautas Magnus. This approach has already proved to be a good practice elsewhere. For instance, IREX IREX has done similar interventions in universities in Ukraine, but also in the Baltics, because national education strategies are considering media literacy skills as cross-cutting or transversal skills that should be incorporated into different school subjects and not as a standalone separate subject. And IREX's goal in training faculty at teacher training institutes to integrate media literacy across academic disciplines will thus inspire teachers and also integrate media literacy elements into subjects they later teach at schools. And media literacy today is a life skill, as many of our partners and people that we work with have been saying. So it's very important. Just a little bit about the results. So both types of partners are saying that these interventions are very timely. So it's the right time now to, work on the inclusion of these media literacy and resilience building elements into their programs. Because different information disorders are commonplace today. Partners also say that they will keep the course on their programs for future, making it more sustainable. The work with IREX has helped them to test out new methodologies and new ways of teaching future professionals. There are many benefits. For instance, some of the practical tasks for the students have been working out lesson plans and curriculum adaptation and development, which means that the future teachers, and also in some cases future communication specialists, have not only learned the skills themselves, but they are also ready to share them with others in a classroom setting or in a seminar setting. And another benefit has been a chance to create content for social and in some cases also traditional media. Also some gamification and online elements have been used in the study process by many partners. And this way students have been able to multiply their learnings in creative ways with other audiences through podcasts, social media campaigns, videos, and even radio and TV appearances. We have been lucky that despite the sometimes lengthy innovation paths that are so typical for many universities, our partners have been able to experiment and introduce courses or this updated coursework, including media literacy elements, with very little preparation time from 4 to 6 months. The lecture developing the faculty members are also appreciating the possibility to work in teams. Instead of one lecturer developing the course, JEDI, due to its complex nature and diversity of topics across disciplines, allowed to involve a number of professors as well as field experts like journalists, fact-checkers, psychologists, and others. I should also talk a little bit about challenges, just a couple of things. We haven't had too many challenges for us, but perhaps the biggest one was the big number of partners that we tried to work at the same time. So we had 13 projects. But to our understanding, it was worth it because it helped to maximize the effect across all 3 Baltic countries. And also we consider ourselves lucky to work with many renowned Baltic experts and academics in the field. Also quite a few of them from Lithuania, which of course made things much easier. Despite the fact that some of our partners were skeptical at the beginning that the global organization would come and couch them at first, soon they saw the benefits from synergies between their experience and the experience of IREX and also other universities in the Baltics. And just very briefly at the very end, I also want to talk about veryverified.eu, which is an online course that IREX developed for Baltic citizens, for Baltic youth, as a parallel activity. So this course for citizen training that has also provided to be helpful in teacher training offers easily adaptable blended learning methodology that can be used not only by youth trainers but also by teachers and even university professors. So the blended learning we also touched upon today a little bit, and we have been working with it as part of this program. So this Very Verified is an online course on media literacy that IREX has adapted in many countries from its initial version that was originally created in Ukraine in 2015 to help fight the Kremlin disinformation after the annexation of Crimea. The Baltic version is available and contextualized in 3 Baltic languages, Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian. Due to the large minority whose native language is Russian, we also have the Russian language version available, particularly for people in Latvia and Estonia, but also some in Lithuania. Because we do see the Russian speakers and the Russian diaspora living outside of Russia being quite vulnerable towards disinformation and propaganda. If you are interested in this course, designed originally for high school students and university student audience, but suitable also for other audiences, you are welcome to try it out yourself on veryverified.eu. There is also an English language version, sort of a more general version, containing examples from all 3 Baltic countries that you can use if you speak English. So this is Very Verified. There were some posters out there if you would like to take one with the address. And the content is just very briefly speaking about the media landscape, simple things like distinguishing fact from opinion, understanding your emotions, also digital well-being, talking about how traditional media works and public service media, also press freedom, which is quite good in Lithuania at the moment. We also talk a lot about social media, algorithms, cognitive biases, how advertising is influencing us, and we go to the shop to buy milk and come back without milk, but with many other things. Also, we talk about manipulation, disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and how we are being manipulated, and how to deal with it, how to fact check, using simple methods, and maybe also using other more sophisticated ways to check manipulation. And also, we are always encouraging people to be active about disinformation and share the skills and knowledge with others. Care before you share, first of all on social media, but also in real life. And also remember to take a little digital detox break, because we can't be living with a screen all our lives. So that is all that I wanted to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Kaspar. It's, of course, I was very excited, just many of our students used that and was very happy. Thank you once more. And floor for Jamir, Professor Damir Hussein. You are welcome, floor for you. Demir, Profesorius Huseinas Demiras pristatys temą pagalbos pabėgėliams organizacija. Jis yra iš Vokietijos, bet turi
he's from Germany, but he's lived in Turkey, and Turkey is notorious for the lack of democracy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hüseyin Demir. I am an exiled law professor who is currently a political refugee in Germany. I'll be talking about hate speech used by the media and its impacts on targeted groups. While I am doing that, I will specifically focus on Turkish media and hate speech against a particular social group, namely Gülen movement, as an outstanding example of hate speech campaign, which is, I am one of the victims of this campaign. But first let me explain what hate speech is, then the connection between hate speech and hate crime, then I'll give the examples. Despite its frequent usage, there is no consensus on a definition of hate speech. Some scholars stress the hurtful and vilifying character of hate speech, stating that any form of expression directed at objects of prejudice that perpetrators use to hurt and vilify its recipient is hate speech. Members of targeted groups are delegitimized, demonized, or portrayed as inferior in hate speech. It has also been drawn attention to the irrational, disapproving, hypercritical, unjustified, expressional characteristic of hate speech. Parekh states that hate speech expresses, advocates, encourages, promotes, or incites hatred of a group of individuals distinguished by a particular feature or set of features. And when hate speech is permitted to be transmitted, it encourages a social climate in which particular groups are defamed and their discriminatory treatment is accepted as normal. The connection between hate speech and hate crime can be detected within a rhetorical stratagem of hate speech, having the following 4 characteristics. 1, to inflame the emotions of followers. Second, to denigrate the designated outclass. Third, to inflict permanent and irreparable harm to the opposition. And ultimately, fourth, concur. In this way, hate crime can be seen to follow hate speech. Rwanda and Yugoslavia serve as the most dramatic and well-known example of hate speech communicated through the media. The ability to successfully convey the politics of hate relates to a number of factors, including the media's role in instigating mass mobilizations. Nazi and fascist parties, for instance, took advantage of press laws, urbanization, and mass communication to agitate and attract followers. Likewise, Milosevic in Serbia and the Hutu extremists in Rwanda established ultra-nationalist networks and controlled important media outlets. Obviously, hate speech is important, especially when it's used in media, by the media. Discourse is the main interface between the social and cognitive dimensions of hatred. This is important because one of the main roles of discourse is the reproduction of social representations, such as knowledge, attitudes, ideologies, norms, and values. Discourse can therefore be said to play a fundamental role in provoking conflict as much as in establishing social peace. Furthermore, the way in which social problems are defined by news media strongly influences how the public and policymakers understand and act on an issue. The mass media are currently the most influential source of racist bias, prejudice, and racism. News, editorials, and opinion articles in the press are crucially involved in the formation of ethnic attitudes and ideologies. As a result, the media is often the primary vehicle by which the public learns, in a sense, about who is valued and who is not. Some believe that othering is an obligatory step in the process of identity construction, while the self is constructed by emphasizing the qualities that differ from the other. Both identities are constructed. Therefore, polarization and opposition are created by emphasizing the differences between us and them. By creating a discriminative differentiation in the identity hierarchy, the desired and undesired identity is clarified. By stressing the differences between us and them, members of the outgroup are denigrated, demonized, delegitimized, or depicted as inferior. Let's move on to hate speech in Turkish media. I'll give some examples and the impact of this hate speech. According to various research reports, the first 4 outgroups that are targeted and represented in a negative light in Turkish media are, respectively, the Gülen movement, Christians, Jews, and Kurds. I'll first analyze the approach in the Turkish media towards minorities. Minorities are described using a variety of words that have negative connotations and attributes. Furthermore, ethnic communities are frequently depicted as having undesirable characteristics. This situation is widely seen in news stories published by right, conservative, nationalist, Islamist newspapers. Some examples. Quote, despite being Ottoman citizens, Armenians who dreamed of forming Armenia on Turkish land collaborated with enemy forces and stabbed Turkey in the back. Quote, the Greeks No race in the world has such lying, untrustworthy, unreliable people. These are all from the media. The most ferocious enemy of Muslims are the Jews. Let me remind you that all gambling games were invented by Jews. Are you aware of how the Jews took you away from your Muslim faith and make you slaves? Violence against ethnic minorities and other outsider groups never occurs in isolation, but it is legitimated and made more likely through a combination of social beliefs, customs, imagery, metaphors, and stereotypes that degrade and dehumanize the ethnic minority. Stigmatizing, blaming, stereotyping, and scapegoating are the main characteristic of Turkish media, and most of the time serve to inflame the emotions of followers, thereby increasing support for the government, especially for President Erdogan. Destructive ideologies and dehumanizing messages has become normal for followers of government exposed to hate speech on a regular basis through mass media. As it is argued that statements alleging the disloyalty of others can create mistrust against the stigmatized individual or group, and even incite irrational fear of the ostensibly subversive group within one's society. As the quotation show, non-Muslims and Muslim minorities such as Kurds or social movements such as Gülenists alike are accused of disloyalty, treachery, and of showing allegiance to other countries. To understand the behavior of Turkish media, one must realize that media control is a crucial step on Erdogan's path to becoming an authoritarian executive president with no check and balance. His takeover of the Turkish media aims to silence rising opposition and criticism. He has limited freedom of speech and the media in Turkey by taking over 90% of the media, while the government regulates and blocks the internet and social media. By doing so, he not only undermines democracy, but also limits the voters' ability to make free and informed decisions. Hate speech used against Gülen movement by Erdogan and Turkish media since the outbreak of corruption scandal in late 2013, which implicates some cabinet ministers and family members of President Erdogan, a new chapter has been opened in Turkey's history of hatred. Erdogan declared the investigations as an attempted coup against his government, despite solid evidence on the scheme. He declared all-out war on the Gülen movement, given its origins as a transnational religious civil society group inspired by Fethullah Gülen, a Muslim cleric now living in self-exile in the US, blaming them for plotting the corruption probes. Since then, the president's political rhetoric has increasingly targeted the movement. I quote, "They are grave robbers, they are body snatchers, they are characterized by lies, deceit, subterfuge, dissension, conspiracy, and slander. It is a treacherous terrorist organization. They have no morality, they have no decency, they have no love for the homeland, nation, or flag. What an impostor he is. They are slanderous. They are so lowly, so treacherous." This is a compilation of quotes from the insults and hate speech uttered by Erdogan against the movement. The unprecedented process of vilifying and demonizing the movement was hurriedly kicked off by Erdogan, who blatantly said, "Yes, it is a witch hunt, and we are the ones who are conducting it." Unsurprisingly, such harsh expressions from Erdogan found immediate support from the media. In some cases, the media was literally obliged to adopt the offensive language against the Gülen movement. News items slandering the Gülen movement have become a daily routine for part of Turkish press. The media reported that the movement had a long list of immoral and illegal activities. Many columnists adopted an aggressive tone that closely resembled that of the government in the fight against the movement. and directed a variety of insults and accusations towards them. To begin with, for some, the Gülen movement is just a puppet of international actors, although the answer to the question of who these international actors are varies from one journalist to another. Columnists claim that a variety of entities, the Vatican, the United States, the European Union, Israel, Jewish lobbies, neocons, international Zionism, the ISIS, Mossad, MI5, the CIA, the FBI, the Moon Cult, the Freemasons, the Rockefeller family, and the Sephardi chief rabbis of Israel are either employers or partners of the Gülen movement. Members of the Gülen movement were declared to be pawnsters, sneaky, putschists, tape editors, rebelling against the Turkish state in the name of Israel, a foreign threat, a threat to national security, hashashins, bandits, snakes, parasitic ivy, and the people who altered the rules of Islam. The Gülen movement was equated with an illegal criminal organization, a gang, a junta, an intelligent organization. But the most creative by far was the claim that there was a resemblance between the Gülen movement and the aliens from the Matrix movies, even though the entire Matrix trilogy was all about machines and computers with not a single reference to aliens. Erdogan's severity took the form of outright demonization and vilification of the movement in the aftermath of the failed coup attempt in July 2016. Although he blamed the group for plotting the corruption probes and the coup attempt, Gülenists have explicitly denied their involvement in both efforts. In his address to the nation after 2016 coup attempt, the president depicted informing on Gülen supporters as a patriotic duty, encouraging citizens to become voluntary informants that spy on their co-workers, neighbors, relatives, and even family members. During this period, members of the movement had to leave Turkey due to ever-increasing demonization and seek asylum in Western countries. Those who could not leave have become targets of violent hate crimes. For example, inspired and motivated by the ongoing political hate rhetoric, a research assistant at Osman Gazi University killed 4 of his colleagues in the faculty in 2018 for being alleged Gülen members. The murder suspect had previously lodged complaints about 102 academics with FETÖ, which is a derogatory term used by the AKP government while referring to the movement, membership accusation, which led to their dismissal from academic position, and his first statement in police custody, he claimed to have felt no repentance for his act. This case has raised many questions about the devastating effect of political hate rhetoric and whether it fuels hate crimes among the Turkish populace. As a result, thousands of people had to leave the country for their own safety. Almost 150,000 were dismissed from the civil service without any effective judicial or administrative probe, and more than 650,000 people have been investigated with the accusation of being member of Gülen movement, which Erdogan government defines as terrorist organization. There were over 150,000 cases of detention in which hundreds of torture complaints were made by the UN and other credible non-governmental organizations, and over 100 people died under suspicious circumstances. The gross insults and hate speech frequently employed by the media and Erdogan do not target the Hizmet movement alone. Of course, all individuals, social groups, and even countries perceived by the president as being critical of him have had their share of insults. The research done by Stockholm Freedom of Center found that Erdogan has uttered 240 different derogatory phrases that amount to hate speech against the movement in a little over 3 years. Given the fact that each derogatory phrase and instance of hate speech has been voiced by the president dozens and even hundreds of times in various public speeches, the horrendous nature of Erdogan's onslaught against the movement is worse than it appears at first glance. Considering further, the media outlets directly or indirectly controlled by Erdogan frequently and pervasively parroted the same rhetoric. The intensity of insult and hate speech targeting the movement can be better understood. As an example of how Erdogan's insults and hate speech have dominated the media scene in Turkey, a simple search for the derogatory phrase FETÖ, an acronym for the Gülenist terrorist organization frequently used by Erdogan and pro-Erdogan media networks, on Google produced more than 62 million results on May 18, 2017. It would be unreasonable to conclude that such widely disseminated expressions by one of the most eminent figures in the history of Turkish politics would have no impact on society. The case of the Gülen movement in Turkey has not yet turned into genocide observed in Rwanda. However, the ongoing hate rhetoric used by President Erdogan and other top government officials, as well as a rise in the prevalence of hate crimes against the group, have reached a critical point in recent years. I would like to summarize a study which is very important to understand hate speech against the movement in this context. According to this study, the political rhetoric used against the movement readied members of the dominant groups in Turkey to commit or condone acts of violence. Media's use of hate speech effectively divided the public into us versus them, or good versus evil, which evoked and exploited the fears of Gülenists. President's presence in Turkey has been so powerful that people have even turned against their own families and friends, including their own children, siblings, and other relatives in solidarity with the president. Another important finding addresses how President Erdogan and his media have used religious rhetoric to mobilize their supporters. As shown, many perpetrators approved and embraced Erdogan's hate speech and even used them against movement members for a number of reasons. First, Erdogan appealed religious sources to justify and strengthen his position. Second, he has been very effective in mobilizing the masses, which have supported him politically throughout his tenure as leader of the party and as Turkey's president. In an analysis of hate crimes, it is said that religious fanaticism that causes individuals to develop extreme worldviews may motivate them to perpetrate hate crimes against outgroups. Religiosity has become one of the identity discourses governments use to do differences and deem others as deviant, dangerous, and inferior. In this sense, Erdogan's supporters have recognized his hateful rhetoric was a call to action against the others, such as Gülenists, and have become willing to comply by committing willful acts of violence. As shown, how many times? I'm about to finish. Hate crimes incited by politically charged hate speech have reached a dangerous level, such as that victims have been forced to leave their country or otherwise distance themselves from society. Okay, I'll try to use my time as asked, and I'll come to conclusion. But I have the paper which I presented now. Here, I'll leave them there. If you are interested, you can take one. In this presentation, I have demonstrated that explicit hate speech is common in Turkish media, regardless of ideological or political position, and that it disrupts social peace. Media uses discourse strategies that represent minorities and social groups as disloyal citizens and traitors, in particular, constructed as the evil and historic enemy. Through this discourse and with the help of the media, social polarization is justified and normalized. Conducting research on the issue can provide data that helps to change the status quo. Such research can also provide support to citizens who are targeted by hate speech. Moreover, showing the destructive effect of hate speech on social peace can help raise awareness of the issue and gain the support required to confront and fight against it on a social level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We understand that it's a very sensitive topic, and I recommend for you who are interested take an article. Thank you, Professor, once more. Labai jautri, aišku, tema, ypač su Guleno organizacija, todėl dėkojam profesoriui. O kas dar negirdėjo ar nežinojo šitų faktų, tai paskaitykit, kaip neapykantos kalba veikia iš tikrųjų. Ir dabar we are very happy to introduce our long partner, ilgametį partnerį norim pristatyti, mūsų magistrantų dėstytoją. And just a wonderful woman, Dr. Esther Solomon, floor for you.
Thank you very much. I hope that I will be able to present something that is a little bit lighter, although I think it's just as important as what the previous speakers were talking about. I'm going to present a project that we've just finished, which is called SAILS, and it is aiming for collaborative strategies for school leaders, teachers, and parents for mitigating online risks, which is basically the starting point for the work of most of you, because what was presented is very often done with adults or university students, but we are starting early as elementary school. The reason why this project is called SAILS is that we have this very nice metaphor that navigating digital waters became more important in recent years. And well, I think that listening to the presentations, it has been proven that our approach to risk mitigation has been right, because there was a mention of the infodemic, for example, accompanying the pandemic. Those people who had no healthy skepticism to mainstream media are shocked these days when everything that was considered fake news or even more strict or more serious things are just in mainstream media about the lab leak, about the uselessness of the masks. Everything is totally changed about the vaccine. So we are trying to teach skepticism, which is probably the most important apart from resilience. The official title of the project is Safe and Autonomous Internet-Based Learning Strategies, but I have the feeling that they only invented it because they wanted to have the SAILS acronym. And it was an Erasmus-funded project with partners from Spain, two European umbrella organizations, the European School Heads Association and Us Parents International. We had the German-Greek School as a partner, and a digital literacy organization from Spain. The project literally ended now because we ended it the day before yesterday, and it was a 2-year journey that started with doing some research, mostly desk research, and what I have on my slide is probably I basically handpicked things that are not totally obvious and very well known. Of course, we know it, and the first sentence is obvious for everybody, that well-being online is very, very closely linked to the resilience of the digital users. But also from research, we know that the resilience, especially in the digital environment, is only developing if children are actually encountering danger. So what we have to do is supporting them in building this resilience, not trying to prevent from meeting these dangers, especially because it's useless. So even before online, the online world, everybody was exposed to porn. Probably the parents said that they don't know about it, but they are there. It's much better if the parents and the teachers know and can support children in this journey. So it is really important that there is a supportive adult presence and the children are not afraid to share when they are meeting something uncomfortable or that is very bad or that causes very bad feelings in them. And now for the shocking data. Recent research shows that regardless the fact that COPPA is still implemented in Europe, we've been fighting against it. And officially no child can register on social media under the age of 13. Actually, 5 to 7, in the case of 5 to 7-year-olds, 1/3 of them is already on social media. And for 8 to 11 years old, it's 60%. And it's not a problem for a number of years because all social media sites have relatively strict policies on safeguarding minors. The problem is that no social media platform allows you to change your date of birth. You can change all your data, everything, not your date of birth. So those children who are already registered at the age of 5 are detected to be adults when they are only 10. And they have access to all the adult content. So this is something, because the social media companies are not ready to abandon COPPA in Europe. So this is something that we as parents and teachers and school leaders have to know and have to deal with. Also, what is very obvious from research is that there is a total mismatch between the social media use of adults and children. In some countries, children are much more confident and experienced in using social media. I don't know whether you know it or not, but just a little bit before the school closure started, were German teachers first allowed to register on social media. So they had no idea about the world that their children were living in. But even if there is registration, children very often use totally different social media sites than the adults. So it's very important that there are offline mitigation efforts and also tools, because as I would never force somebody to register for a gaming platform. I never did. My son was a gamer. And we were discussing it, but I would have never tried playing. So we are offering tools that helps this kind of offline discussion without the parents or the teachers being forced to use something that they're not comfortable because it's not really for them. There are major differences depending on age in how well children feel online. Of course, it is very closely linked also to girls becoming women earlier, but you have to be aware that there is a gender difference when you are dealing with sailing safe. There is also quite a lot of research evidence showing that on the one hand, cyberbullying is all bullying, is a learned behavior, and it is the result of offline bullying. So there are very, very rare occasions when somebody becomes a bully without becoming a bully online without first being bullied offline. And unfortunately, teachers are leading bullies. We have evidence from a number of countries, and also now we are involved in a Marie Curie PhD program. We would like to have a much more solid evidence on that, but there are countries where children report that they are bullied on a weekly basis by their teachers, and it's true for 20% of the students. So there are frightening numbers, and the problem is that very often teachers just don't even know that they're bullying the children. So if somebody is always calling children with nicknames that they are not authorized to use, that is bullying. And for example, that happens quite often. Another surprising thing, and I think it is very important, probably this is the most important research finding with regards to whatever has been said since I arrived. I'm really sorry for being late, but I just flew in, is that we are talking about media literacy. We are talking about teaching media literacy, teaching digital citizenship in the classroom, but unfortunately teachers are worse in that than the average population. So what I miss very much, very often, is that part of the media literacy program that first supports the teacher to become more media literate, to support the teacher to be able to differentiate, and this is the worst that they are at, differentiate between fact and opinion. To understand what is fake news, to have the necessary level of skepticism. We have seen, and even in these big issues that have been raised by different speakers, that teachers are really not getting it. I have a personal concept about it, and when there will be some time and opportunity, we probably will go into research on that. But I believe that since teachers are taught to believe textbooks without any kind of background research, very often bad textbooks with big mistakes, this has an impact on how they are using other media. But this is actually, well, it's really a personal opinion. And another thing that I wanted to highlight from recent research findings is that children are much better in detecting when something is falsified, especially with pictures. So what we have to do is we have to really consider our children as partners and to build on each other's strengths. Of course, elderly people have a different kind of wisdom, but children are much better at a number of things that we don't even think they are good at. So this was the research base, and I just want to go very, very fast through what we have developed in the project, and it is all available. So if somebody is interested, I have a signature list. You can just sign up, and I'm happy to share anything with you. Our whole approach is based on risk mitigation as compared to risk prevention. That is the leading approach of most online safety projects. We choose this because we have legal reasons, and we also have pedagogical and psychological reasons. The pedagogical, psychological reasons are pretty much what I've already mentioned, is that it's much better if the adults, the trusted adults, know when the children are exposed than having an untrustful relationship when the children are hiding these kinds of experiences. It is also, in general, an education for honesty, for trusted relationships with those who are close to you, your family, your teachers, and also the important peers in your life. And also, this kind of approach is very good for highlighting that it's not enough in the school context to tackle the risk that the children are exposed to, but we do have to focus on the adults, their training needs, their weaknesses, and how we can support that. Legally, I also mentioned it already, we have major challenges with the implementation of COPPA in Europe. There is a major conflict between the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and COPPA because, you know, in the US, child rights are not protected by the UNCRC. That's the only country in the world. So they can freely implement COPPA. I think it's known what it is. It's a Child Protection Act, and this is what prevents children on paper from registering on social media before the age of 13. And also, what is the most important legal approach is that risk mitigation is the only way to ensure not just the right to survival, which is, of course, if a child's life is at risk, it overrides everything. But when it's not a life or death situation, we also have to consider other child rights. And if we're not having a risk prevention approach, then we can ensure other important child rights, and I have just some examples here, because children have the right to privacy. So spying apps that parents are using are against the UNCRC. They have the right to information, so we have to make it possible for them to inform themselves about any topic they're interested in. But also, the internet very often offers the only or one of the possibilities for exercising the right to peaceful assembly. And also, it's a very important forum for expressing opinions, which are very basic child rights. So, we developed 3 different resources. The first one is for school leaders. We call it the Captain's Handbook to have the maritime reference. where we are providing school leaders with a school innovation model. We're offering them tools in different areas to diagnose where the school is, what is the level of their digital maturity, what kind of software and hardware they are using, what communication tools are there, what the use of social media is in the school, and how they are using digital tools in education, in the classroom or for homework. Then we are providing them tools to develop strategies and local policies for these topics that I've just mentioned, but also we included tools for developing a child rights assurance policy, a big headache for school heads, data protection, part of it not to collect information just because it's comfortable, but to only collect information that is really necessary, and also cybersecurity problem management. And then we are supporting them with tools that are included in the resource for the implementation of these strategies, and also what is important, obviously, is the evaluation and further improvement of all of these activities. The resource for teachers is called the Seafarer Guide, very nice maritime names. We included very simple explanations of notions that are very regularly used, but probably often misunderstood. So, for example, what is it to have blended learning? What is distance learning? What is data protection? And things like that. There are elements on teachers understanding how their students actually live in the digital world, because very often they only know parts of it, and there are considerations for understanding and also including the learning that is happening outside of school in the digital world of the students in their classroom work. We have a checklist for choosing ICT tools because it's very difficult for many teachers. They hear something, it sounds nice, but they don't really have anything to compare it to decide whether they really need it or not. We also included practical tools for evaluating their own digital practices. One of them is an EU tool, Selfie for Teachers. I don't know how many of you know it, but it basically helps you. It's a free EU tool that helps the schools and also teachers themselves to evaluate their digital practices. We have resources that can be used in the classroom and also for school-facilitated individual learning, be it in the school or as homework or as individual learning following individual interests. We give them advice and ideas for the digital relations between schools and families. And also in the project, there is a mock social network where they can try how they should behave on social media, and there is a guide for using this mock digital network. It is necessary. In my classes when I teach at university or do continuous teacher training, I very often use the absolutely public photos of a school leader from one of the small EU member states. Her photos are photos of professional woman. And she's using that public account for communicating with the students and the parents of the students. So very often the teachers do need to learn because they are role models, just like the parents or peers who are more comfortable. And last but not least, we have resources for parents, which is called the Sailing Master's Guide. It follows a very similar structure to the guide for teachers because we see the role of parents and the role of teachers in helping children navigating digital waters very similar to each other. The difference is that in the parents' guide, we have a color-coded system showing that some elements are not relevant for certain age groups. So parents of very young children might not be interested in something that is not for them, or they can come back to it later. We included self-evaluation tools
on parents' own practices. It actually starts with, before you start reading this guide, think about the digital tools that you have used in the last 24 hours, which of them could have been used by your child, and questions like that. We have a very big section on children in the digital world, what parents should know about. It's all about learning, it's about social media. There is also a chapter about bullying. There is a chapter about gaming, because parents are very often very concerned about children's gaming habits. And of course, there are pathological gaming habits, but you also have to emphasize in this risk mitigation view that gaming can be very, very useful for a lot of things. My own son learned English being a gamer, so there are benefits. And also, we offer parents self-assessment tools for having a clear picture of what kind of parents they are. We are not saying that there is one good way of parenting children in the digital world, but at least they should be aware what kind of approach they have in general. And if they feel that they need to adjust it, then they can go back to other parts of the resource. And last but not least, there was a legislative research. So there is a legal research part at the end of the resource, and it is also included in the school leaders resource, so that the educators, be it professionals or parents, understand what the tools and the resources we are offering are based on. And we also have a section on a much more detailed analysis of the recent research that I've quoted at the beginning. Try to be brief, and this is it. Thank you for your attention, and if you are interested, we have hard copies of the parent and the school leader resource in one book. So if somebody wants to get it today or tomorrow, you can just sign and I can mail them, post them, but we can also send them by email. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Taip, ačiū už pranešimą, o dabar apie
Thank you for your presentation. And now we're going to hear another presentation on empowering children when choosing data-based information according to the citizens' methodology. The presentation has been prepared by Professor Dr. Giedrė Kvieskienė from Vytautas Magnus University and Dr. Eglė Celiešienė, head of the Lithuanian College of Democracy. The floor is yours, ladies. Thank you. For introducing us. We will try to catch up with the time. We will try to be very brief and very concrete. So if you are interested in the things we will be mentioning, we will share the information to you after the conference. You've already heard of the title of my presentation. Let me remind you of the sustainable development competences that arise from the 17 goals of the Millennium Development Goals. So we have to remember sustainable development goals in all our activities. We have to ensure sustainable development today and to ensure that there is no war tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So we have to come back to those competences. But as we are teaching children, and I was very happy to hear colleagues from foreign countries, and I was very happy to see librarians who were both participating here and were watching us online on the YouTube platform. I'm truly happy that we touched upon the problems related to the national defense and security, because all we need is the multi-sectoral approach, which was mentioned by Ebba, Roger, as well as other people. We have to be aware of the activities of the people that they are engaged, because without the knowledge we won't be able to ensure the security. Without knowing each other, we won't be able to achieve any objectives. Therefore, quality education is very important.
pats didžiausias prioritetas. Ir pandemijos metu mes daug ko išmokom, šiandien mes jau tą vykdom, o Ukrainos karas, kaip nebūtų keista ir gaila, didina pasitikėjimą ir didina empatiją tarp mūsų. Tas irgi nėra blogai. Ir atsiminkite, kad mes tikrai turim didelį nepasitikėjimą, 121 vietoje pagal klestėjimo indeksą ir jis labai nedaug padidėjo, nors kitur esam kaip ir neblogai. Sutinku su visais, kad ir su Ester ir su kitais, kad sužaidybinimas arba gamification yra vienas pagrindinių veikėjų, jeigu mes sugebam atnešti į mokyklas, tai jis padeda suprasti vaikus ir ieškoti naujų strategijų. Kaip sakau, tie 3 sektoriai atsiranda ir mane labai džiugina, nes jeigu ne tik šeima, ne tik mokyklos bendruomenė, bet ir partnerystė su vietos bendruomenė, gali pradėti augti socialinį kapitalą. Ir aš matau, kad pas mus Lietuvoje tai atsiranda ryšys su vietos bendruomenė, atsiranda mokyklų ryšys su bibliotekomis, su kultūros centrais ir aišku, tai tikrai teikia vilties, kad tas projektas ateities pilietis, kuris prieš 20 metų atsiprašau, Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų tikrai veikia ir duoda rezultatų, nes jo elementai gali būti naudojami kiekvienoje mokykloje ir vakar
in any school. Yesterday, Roger, who welcomed our conference today, also used some elements of the project when communicating with school parliamentarians, pupils parliamentarians, and children were cooperating and talking to each other as equals. So we are looking for success stories under the line elements of UNICEF
vartotoją arba į klientą orientuotas dizainas, paskutinis projektas Seimo lankytojų centre. Tai yra, aišku, ryšys žmogaus su žmogum, ką sakė Rodžeris, tai yra ekosistemos supratimas, išbandytas per socialinę dramą ir per kitus projektus, kai vaikai patys įsijungia į vairiausius pastatymus ir įjungia juos tėvus ir savo klasės draugus. Tai yra tvari plėtra ir čia nevyriausybinių organizacijų organizacijų vaikams konfederacijos advokacija, kuri vykdoma ir jungia per 100 nevyriausybinių organizacijų. Eglė kaip tik tapo nauja tarybos narė ir šiandien čia dalyvauja Lietuvos vaikų fondo atstovai, kurie labai puikiai irgi jungia ir raštingumą, finansinį medijų raštingumą per Apgalvotai programą. Mes kalbėjom vakar Pilaitės mokykloje vaikai svajojo apie mokyklą be popierių, tai Ozo mokykloje yra to pavyzdys ir jau irgi tvari inovacinė school is Vilnius Ozo Gymnasium. Yra nevyriausybinės organizacijos, kurios užtikrina privatumo ir saugumo garantijas vaikams pažeistiems ir juos atstato ir grąžina į visuomenę. Nendrė yra puikus pavyzdys kompleksinio darbo ir ryšio su vietos bendruomenė tiesiogiai. Ta mes apibendrinom ir monografijose, ir straipsniuose, ir bendrose monografijose, ir su kolegomis per pozityvę socializaciją, išlaikant tvarumą, ne tik išbarstant savo inovacijas po projektus, bet išlaikant tvarumą,
try to be sustainable. We try to develop and community sense. We try to be creative. I was very happy to hear about multi-criterion things, multifunctional things that I've heard from my colleagues. So now we'll move on to the practical part of this. Thank you very much. I will also be very brief when talking about the practical part. As it has been mentioned, partnership is very important. We cooperate with the Center for Civic Education. It is in America that the project called civic citizen was developed. We cooperate with formal and non-formal education institutions. We work with NGO Confederation for Children. We also work with Anna Lind Foundation as well as with the COST network that deals with the children from remote areas. Here you see the project called Plus, and it was said that it is very important to have data-based information. We have implemented projects related to disinformation. We called this project as Fake Cake. We integrated the elements of Positive Plus program. We try to integrate the programs and see how others dealt with the problem. We try to develop an action plan, and I'm very happy to have our strategic partners here, and Professor Ebba, Gent, and Roger are the people who we work with in various strategic areas. As the Lithuanian Strategy 2050 has identified its area in the education, we also work in the area of education. I'm not going to deal deeper with the information on the project, but here you see the drawing of children, where at the end of a project, children identify a project, alternative policies, action plans, and policies. So these projects are easily adapted to other settings. We use various media diagrams where children can draw and identify the problems. Here you see a media diagram, and we can assess the disinformation then and the relations in society. I'll finish at that. And now, here you see the picture from our meeting yesterday with young parliamentarians, pupil parliament members, and hopefully the bridges will be connected. Thank you for your attention.
Tikrai dėkoju už tą labai
Indeed, thank you very much for such an optimal format of your presentation. The topic is very important because the subject of nations is very important in Lithuania. And now the closing presentation. The floor will be given to Associate Professor Dr. Ilona Tanzekolskienė and Associated Professor Dr. Nijolė Čičiulkienė, and they are from Vytautas Magnus University Education Academy, and the topic of their presentation is the creating effective pedagogical video, searching the contemporary generation by media literacy.
As our Vice Rector started the conference in English, and we will try to end it in English for everybody to understand our main message. Usually people say thank you when you get some financial help, when you get something very material. And in our case, we want to say thank you for our IREX partners for ideas. And the project really was very provocative, very challenging. And when we were invited to the project and implement media literacy into my didactics, for example, we really felt a bit, how to say, tricky. So what we will do in didactic course while implementing media literacy. And our message and our idea is what we succeeded to do, what we succeeded to feel, what we succeeded to create. Yes, of course, media literacy is a very metaphoric concept to some extent. what is media, what is literacy. We can go on philosophizing for a very long time and for the whole day, perhaps, if we go into this concept deeper. We just want to pay attention to the specific of our society. Our society is changing. From information users, we are step by step approaching the stages of concept creators, interpreters. And right in this situation, really, we always start being constant searchers. And when you search, you always come across certain metaphorical ideas. You come against something authentic, and that's why we have chosen the metaphor of labyrinth. And majority of teaching and didactic concepts are connected with the metaphor of traveling. So curriculum, methods, pedagogue, everything is connected with traveling. So we want to add labyrinth also to those major concepts of didactic traveling while searching for truth. We were talking about the search for truth with the students, and some of them said to me very frankly, "Teacher, but I'm sorry, we are always looking for truth. When we start posing tasks, when we start organizing things, we always are looking for truth. And it is really very interesting. Then we feel that our audience is not very close to us. They are not interested in what we are doing. And we thought that really the media literacy even can suggest us certain methods. And that's why we were starting speaking about video reporting. And we want to present you certain ideas about our research, what we did with our master students. And this is the main task, as you see, was to reveal the impact of the video reporting towards the development of media literacy and maybe didactic solutions. And of course, the object of our research was the video reporting process, how we are doing it, how we are feeling, well, maybe some also group discussions, key terms, media literacy, video reporting, didactic process. And almost all our students participated in this project. And we decided to ask them to write reflective, kind of written reflections from the point of view of maybe essay style, because it was quite of considerable amount for a student to write, about 3 pages, 2 pages, 3 pages, like that. So, and our students were those who had participants of our research who had 3 years of teaching experience. It's natural because they have to understand what's going on in the classroom already. And master students usually do have that experience. Again, motivation to be involved in the implementation of innovations. That means that they had to feel that sense of creativity inside themselves, that they should be not afraid of getting out of comfort zone, and were not afraid of innovations, and to fail while implementing that innovation. What is the teacher's major risk? Or, well, if I fail, what's then? So our students were brave enough, and, well, compliment to us, we were also brave enough to put video making in the didactic process. And of course, they had to possess and to demonstrate some basic IT competence, because they have to work with video making, choosing certain maybe events to film, and of course, group working skills. We had no time to teach them to work in a group. Of course, it should be valuable to develop more those group working skills, but still at this particular task we had no time. And we already said that, well, those who can work in a group, who don't want to be individuals, who do not say, teacher, I prefer to do it on my own. So those are invited to work in this video making report. And of course, some of the reflections were rejected because they were not answering the topic, and they had no amount, not considerable amount for our analysis. And the suggested topic was my experience of making a video report and search for truth. Stops, turns, pros and cons. And of course, we performed the qualitative conventional analysis. For our research, we have chosen the design-based research, and the structure of this design-based research is, of course, characteristics of the innovation, because they had to be instructed what is video reporting, structure of it, then implementation, then of course the analysis of the implementation, what were their success, what were their maybe failures, then of course what is really important, that is refinement phases, again second implementation and written reflections. And really we were shocked when we saw the evidence falling into those, as I say, sorry, maybe it's the wrong word, but popular themes. It's engagement, participation, producing, and presenting. And of course, here you may see how this evidence of what we have found is reflected. And students really spoke about engagement like learning to be active, learning to be brave enough to tell opinion, though sometimes the group is not very friendly, sometimes even some people may demonstrate the hostility of certain ideas and maybe experiences. Then what is really important for us was that it is learning moral argumentative practice, that if you want to engage, you have to speak truth. You have to give your moral arguments. You have to be, how to say, a sincere person. And then participation. Yes, while speaking about participation, students expressed the situation about some demotivating factors, and it's normal. We guess that it is normal. We are all humans. Sometimes, well, they were not expecting something interesting, and that's why they say there is nothing new under the sun. And then still those creative practices, as if waking them up, and they really understood that the participation, when you start discuss, debate, when you start produce information, when you share it with your peers, so really it wakes you up as a personality. And then producing. Knowledge about video reporting, what is it, structure, how to make it, and of course working with information. It is our, how to say, the major how to say, bus stop for the interest, because they like to check information. They like to a bit try to manipulate. It was really very interesting, the process of working and choosing the information. And of course presenting. And the most important thing was that they all were feeling the creator and media makers. And of course, they appreciated working with the audience and emerging refinement ideas. And while summarizing, really media literacy enables students to get involved in their learning. That is really very important for us as the teachers. And really, media literacy sometimes help us to work dynamic, interactive, generative, exploratory, and so on. And what is really important for me and want to show you, the authentic summarizing. How these students were summarizing the work of their project. And really, it's a quotation of them. It's authentic one. We went through a step-by-step process of first creating a story and then converting it to a storyboard, shooting images, learning video editing software, writing and performing scripts, and selecting music to accompany our final production. With great excitement, we invite you to our movie premiere, as we hope that the fulfilled task is the best proof of the competence gained. So those who are staying for tomorrow, you will see the second part of our presentation. It's teachers are hurrying up to show that they were teaching. But students that they were really learning, they will show you tomorrow. Those who are present, we really invite to see what we have done. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū labai abiem ir docentei Ilonai ir docentei Nijolei už tikrai įdomų tyrimą, jo pristatymą. Noriu informuoti visus, kad nuotraukos yra sudėtos Seimo svetainėje, galite rasti save ir pakankamai gražių portretų ir dalintis Facebookuose. Aš suprantu, kad diena buvo ilga ir esame visi pavargę. Perskaičiau tik komplimentus YouTube ir linkėjimus mums ypač nuo aktyvių bibliotekininkų.
About the event
rašykit mums, galim organizuoti kartu irgi sujungti, nes reikia, dabar kol kas mes tik suėjom į vieną vietą, bet šiaip tai reikia sujungti pastangas, ypač tose temose, kurios yra bendros. Tai ačiū visiems, kas buvote čia, labai kviečiu rytoj iš Apčenkos ir tas, kas neužsiregistravęs, galite ateiti, tikrai priimsime. Ir irgi bus kavos ir ir bus linkėjimai, kuriuos galėsite rašyti vienas kitam ir mūsų svečiams. Ir sakyčiau, kad paplojam dabar labai garsiai mūsų vertėjams. Nes jos tikrai buvo fantastiškos ir taip ilgai ir taip kvalifikuotai vertė, kad čia visada labai malonu būti. Na ir paplokite savo patiems, kad prabuvote tokioj įdomioj konferencijoje. Ačiū visiems ir iki susitikimo rytoj, tikiuosi su dauguma iš jūsų ir kitais kartais.
Dar labai truputėlį naudodamas progą tikrai noriu padėkoti Nacionalinio saugumo ir gynybos komitetui,
and defense, because it was thanks to the committee that we have managed to organize such an event at the Lithuanian Parliament. Thank you once again.